Alright, welcome back everyone. Case 5, The Great Ace Attorney. Last time we spent like a million hours just showing that there was another person at the crime scene, which was very long. Anyway, let's see where today will lead us. We have a lot of side stories that still have to be wrapped up. So, we'll see what happens. Gina, good job hanging in there. I hate how I've gotten so used to seeing her like this. Jean Bean, you okay? You seem kinda down. Why? Why are you fighting so hard for someone gormless like me? Huh? You saw the photo? Photo? Oh, you mean this? Holmesy's camera really didn't help us out there. I honestly didn't even know there was a photo like that. Anyone would say I'm done for after seeing this. I won't lie. My stomach started nodding up when it was presented. Even after all said and done, you still want to say you trust me? Yeah, of course. Hey, Jean Bean, would you mind telling us something? What really happened that night? Huh? Ryu's been able to piece together a lot of the story. But if you tell us, I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. Fine. That night, after we all ate at Holmes's place, I went with Iris and spoke with you a lot in your gaff. Right. I remember that. After that, I couldn't catch a wink of sleep at all. I went over to that pawn shop. I just had to check. This was about Iris's manuscript, right? Down to the Baskervilles. I don't know what kind of story it is. I was sure it would have been pretty bad for Holmes if it got out. That's the reason why he fibbed about popping it at the pawn shop. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So You broke into Hatch's shop. I just had to know if the manuscript was actually there or not, you know? Of course, I never thought things would turn out the way it did. I smashed the lock on the entrance and went inside. Everything was pitch black. I lit the lamp on the table. After that... What are you doing? Ah! I thought my heart was going to stop. Before I knew what I was doing... I had snatched a gun from the counter, and I was pointing right at him. Where'd that girl from earlier today? Is this the sort of thing pickpockets are up to nowadays? The manuscript. Sherlock Holmes one. Is it here? What in the world do you want? I hounded some from Finksville. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry. Even if my life is at stake, I cannot hand over another customer's belongings. I don't want to nick it. I just want to have a look, is all. You want to see it? I need to know if Holmes actually left it here. Please, let me see the manuscript. Okay, I get it. Please, just put the gun down. The uncle unlocked the storeroom, and the two of us went inside. The manuscript was actually there. Holmes was telling the truth. Jean Bean, did you do that for me? Suddenly, I heard something come from inside the shop. It must have been when the Tin Pillar brothers broke in. Did you hear that? Someone's out there. Good grief. Is my shop an exclusive gathering place for miscreants tonight? Oh, bugger. I forgot to close the bloody door after I came in. I'll take a look. Give me the gun. I should go too. Don't be daft. You stay here. Don't move a muscle. After he said that, he went and took the gun from me and left. I tried to hear what was happening from inside the dark storeroom. Suddenly, I heard sounds of a struggle. I felt like I had to go and help. Right about when I was going to leave the room, I think there were 2 gunshots. They fired almost simultaneously. Then he dropped like a brick, right in front of me. I rushed to shut the bloody door quick, and I locked it. You were worried that the culprit might have come in afterwards, right? I picked up the gun from the uncle's hand. If they tried to come in, I had to fight back. But when I looked down at him, I realized he was already dead. And then the back of my head got really cold. I can't really remember anything after that. That was when you fell unconscious, right? If only I had been such a cock-up, and Ash wouldn't have had to die for me. You tell any of this to the police? Of course I did, but no one would believe me. Lying will only get you in more trouble, they said. Don't worry, just hold out for a little longer. Ryu will corner the culprit in a flash. Is it really him? Big Benedict? The bloke who looked down on me with that divvy grin of his on his face? He was lurking at the shop that night. I don't know his real name, but I have no doubt he's involved with the crime. Thanks for telling me all this, Gina. Huh? All that's left is to leave it to Ryu. You can sit back and relax. Naruto. Yeah? What is it, Gina? How can you still say that you trust me? Have you already forgotten about everything that happened 2 months ago? Me and that bugger, Megundal, we lied to you. And because of that, you end up letting a murderer go scot-free. I'll never forget. Huh? I had no choice back then. And I still feel that regret to this day. But I promised you at the start, didn't I? No matter what happens, I'll trust you until the bitter end. But I could still be feeding you lies. You might be defending a murderer again, you know? Like you, I've also stood as a defendant in court before. Blimey. It was a murder case back in Japan. Even I knew that I looked suspicious. I had convinced myself that nobody would believe me. Wow. There was one man who offered to defend me, no matter what it meant for him. He was my best friend. Naruhodo, is there anyone who trusts you more than me? Leave it to me. All you have to do is trust me. I was so happy that I started crying. But at that moment, somewhere deep inside me, I couldn't help but think, in truth, even he suspects me, doesn't he? But I was wrong. Once the trial started, he made it plain as day He really did trust me. And gradually, my trust in him strengthened as well. That's when I realized, if I wanted others to trust me, I had to place my trust in them first. First, place your trust in others. No matter what happens, Gina, I trust you. You don't need to worry about a thing. Even though I'm a skeeving, lying, dirty little tea leaf, Gina, you're different from a Gundel. What? That's right. You're our friend after all. Iris, we know you very well. You can trust us, Gina. That's all there is to it. Yep. That's all you have to do. Yep. Naruto. Oh.
Defend it. Defense. Trial will resume shortly. Return to the Crown Court at once.
Yes, sir. Defendant and defense. I played both roles, at least once. That's why I understand just how much it takes to truly trust someone from the bottom of your heart. More than that, I understand the weight of having someone else fully place their trust in you. And now the curtain rises on the final battle. I hope you're watching, Susato. You too, partner.
Court is now back in session for the trial of Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, were you able to summon the witness?
We were able to issue a subpoena to the telecommunications office. Unfortunately, due to the rain, his coach will be arriving late.
Very well. During the research, Inspector Gregson told me the details about the night of the crime. Overlooking this third bullet was a fatal blunder indeed. My deepest apologies, my lord. Now, regarding the evidence gained through the defense's use of forensic chemicals. Unfortunately, it is inadmissible as evidence due to the lack of clear scientific basis.
Yeah, this won't be the last they hear of me and Holmesy.
My lord, the witness summoned by the court has just arrived. Very good. Bring him in at once.
Big Benedict. I didn't think we'd see him in court, of all places. How many people on the witness stand?
The court appreciates your prompt arrival, despite our short notice.
But of course, it's only natural for an upstanding London citizen, such as myself.
Now then, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Rupert Chogray. I work as a technician at a telegraph office. The two of us work in the heart of London as telegraphists responsible for the city area. So, for what reason have I been called here today? I believe you should have been briefed on the situation by an officer during the ride here. Yes, that's correct. I heard that this has to do with some murder in a Baker Street pawn shop. Something about me sneaking into the shop on the night of the incident. Quite right. That is the defense's accusation. Don't make me laugh. Seriously.
Now, witness, the court demands your honest testimony. Testify about this accusation towards you.
Very well. It would be my pleasure. Even a man like me will deign to visit a pawn shop once in a while. You claim that I broke into that pawn shop with these miscreants and committed the murder? I don't see how you can expect me not to laugh at such a false allegation. You even claim that my blood was present at the crime scene. Shady forensic chemicals made by a shady detective can hardly be called evidence.
And of course, you assert that you had nothing to do with the crime?
I'm honestly shocked and appalled. It's amazing how a detective's silly little toy has the power to bring the Crown Court to its knees.
It is the way of the court to respect the will of its jury.
Funny you should mention that, as that lot up there is nothing but a band of disappointments.
Watch your mouth.
So, how long must I play along with this farce?
You will be free to leave soon. If you can prove that you have nothing to do with the crime, that is.
At all? Then it looks like I'll be able to make it back in time for afternoon tea.
Now, defense. Begin your cross-examination.
You meet again, Mr. Egg Benedict. What was your real name again? Rupert Trogray? Pardon me, I don't think we met. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, attorney at law. I introduced myself to you once before. Rupert Trogray. Pleased to make your acquaintance. In any case... Whoa. Let's get this over with quickly, shall we? Ugh, what a show-off. Okay. Visit a pawn shop once in a while. Mr. Trogray. We met around midday on the day of the crime, did we not? Though you seem to have been using a fake name at the time. Egg Benedict. Kind of... The witness is currently giving testimony on the night of the crime. At this point, there's no reason for him to answer any other questions. Seriously? Thank you. I have no desire to answer meaningless questions. I'm trying to avoid saying anything that might leave him open to an attack. The guy's already getting on my nerves. We claim that he broke into the pawn shop with... Are you saying you don't know these two men? These fools standing next to me? Perish the thought. I don't keep company with riffraff, you see. I don't trust them. But apart from that, I have a question. Who was it that dared to make such an absurd indictment against me? It was the attorney over there. How ridiculous. This great empire, allowing a Japanese to stand in her courts. What a foolish mistake. Anyway. I respect how you can see me not to laugh at such a false allegation. Where were you at 1 AM on the night of the crime? Who knows? Most nights, I'm asleep long before then. What I can tell you is that I certainly wasn't hanging around with these two. Can you prove that? Japanese boy, you seem to be misunderstanding something. What would that be? The witness claims that he was not present at the scene of the crime, but he is under no obligation to prove that he has an alibi. If you think he was at the crime scene, the burden of proof falls onto you, since you are trying to challenge the witness. Instead of badgering the witness with useless questions, back up your own claims. I don't think interpretive dance is accepted language in the courtroom. He even claimed that his blood was at the crime scene. There's no doubt that traces of blood were found at the crime scene. Found them thanks to the chemicals developed by the Sherlock Holmes. Oh? You think I'm the only man in the world with blood running through his veins? How do you know that the blood you found belongs to me? It could easily have come from one of these two, no? Everyone's blood has a slightly different makeup. Mr. Holmes' special chemicals react with ridiculous. Who is this Holmes character you keep prattling on about? He's the great detective. Everyone in London knows him. A great detective. Don't you find that phrase just a little embarrassing? You've been reading too many fairy tales if you dreamed of a character like that. Ooh. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Tinpillar. Yeah, what? Oh, sorry. I meant the other Tinpillar.
How many times do I have to say it? I am not.
Well, yes, I know. Nemi Tinpillar.
Hey, you what? You what? You what?
Just now, you were gazing at Mr. Crogray, as if you were deep in thought. May I ask you why? No, you got it wrong. It wasn't me, I swear. It was, this bloke here.
What?
Nami, answer the question, please. When you were looking at Crogray, what came to mind? No, I mean it. I wasn't thinking nothing. I swear I'm a dead mum. I wasn't thinking nothing like, don't swing the can around or you'll open your wound again. Wound? Well, yeah, I mean, he was only shot in the arm 2 days ago, you know? So I was just a little concerned, right? Uh-oh. Oh. Mr. Crogray, did you hear what he just said? And if I did, it looks like your good friend here was concerned for your health. More specifically, he's worried about the wound on your arm. My lord.
Yes?
I have no idea what these two men are talking about. I believe that I should not be forced to testify about anything unrelated to me. 2 nights ago, someone was shot and injured at the crime scene. The height at which the bullet was found, it's likely that the victim was shot in the arm. Mr. Crogray, let's take a look at your arm. Show us what you've been hiding on your left arm. I refuse. Without any decisive evidence to connect me with those two hoodlums over there, I am under no obligation to submit to such a demand. In the first place, I do not even have a connection to the victim's pawn shop, let alone this trial. You have no right to make such insinuations against my character.
You claim that you're completely unrelated to the victim's pawn shop?
My lord, please have Mr. Crogray add that statement to his testimony.
Very well. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Do you have any objections, witness?
In any case, I'm completely unrelated to the victim's pawn shop. You're completely unrelated? You were there on the day of the crime. As I said, even men like me will occasionally grace a pawn shop with their presence. In fact, I'm searching for a new armchair for my study at this very moment. But on that day, you were trying to redeem a pledge. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. Excuse me, Inspector Gregson.
What do you want?
You were at Hatch's pawnbrokers at the same time as Mr. Crogray, weren't you?
suppose I do remember meeting you that day. Both you and your fair lady assistant. And the defendant was there too.
Do you remember the pledge that the witness was trying to recover?
Hold it right there. I'm afraid my memory of it all is rather shaky.
What? You can't be serious.
As such, sorry to say that it would be inappropriate for me to testify on the matter.
What's going on here? Isn't he the one that showed us that photograph? Remember? He submitted the photo taken by Holmesy's camera. Oh, you're right.
Indeed, the man in the photograph could very well be the current witness.
As this photograph reveals, this witness has definitely visited Hatch's pawnbrokers. I never denied that now, have I? I went in for a browse, and then I had a quick chat with the owner. That's all. What is he doing? I can understand why Crowgray would try to deny the fracas with a disc. But why is Inspector Gregson trying to avoid the subject too? The testimony doesn't give me much to work with. What do you think, Ryu? It looks like he's trying as hard as to give us as little information as possible. The less he talks, the fewer angles of attack I'll have available. Wow. Like the opposite of Holmesy. He talks so much that he leaves himself wide open. We did manage to get some new info. All thanks to those two losers. Yeah, it really did. Is it completely unrelated to the pawn shop? I doubt it. For now, make sure to take a good look at the court record. Right. Even the most insignificant looking information could lead us to a breakthrough. Completely unrelated. Save. Take a look at the court record. Ticket from Hatch's pawn shop. Script is nice, but it's behind a photo. You see, when he runs out of blank receipts, he writes down details of anything on hand. It makes it kind of hard to tell which side of the paper is the front, though. What does this say? Completely unrelated. Pickpocket girl brutally murders honest pawnbroker. How mean. Tomorrow you said it would be honest pickpocket girl saves the world, right? It is a good headline, but I think it needs a little more drama. What could be more dramatic than saving the world? Honest pickpocket girl saves the entire universe. Yeah, that's more like it. The entire universe? Ooh, I can't wait for tomorrow's paper. Tumigundo. That's the old menu defender, right? You could have picked someone better. Thank you. I certainly appreciate career advice from a 10-year-old. But I wonder why his name is written here. Exactly what I'd like to know. Tin Pillar shot this gun on the night of the incident. So, on the night of the crime, the bullet didn't actually make contact with Holmesy. Right. Because that thick leather pouch protected him. Holmesy has always been really lucky like that. Considering what happened after he was taken to the hospital, to be honest, it might have been better if the bullet had actually hit him. Oh, Holmesy. Would link him to the pawn shop. Unrelated to the pawn shop. It has to be related to the pawn shop. Ow. This is a shot in the dark, but it is the music box disc. Oh. You happen to recognize this disc? Why would I? This disc was being held at Hatch's pawn shop until the day of the murder. The defendant, Gina, moved to redeem the item. But all of a sudden, a man jumped in and tried to steal the item from her. As you know, Mr. Crogray, that man was you. How many times must I say this until you listen? That man was not me. I've never even seen a disc like that before. There's a bloodstain on this disc, however small it may be.
First class. It appears to be a thumbprint.
You can see numerous metal pins on the face of this disc. When the criminal tried to steal the disc, he cut his thumb. Since the criminal left blood on this disc, that obviously means there should be a cut on his thumb.
Oh, of course.
Mr. Crogray, you may have refused to let us see your arm. How about we just take a quick peek at the tip of your thumb? I'd wager that we see a certain little cut on it. Well, it appears I may have underestimated you.
What?
So you admit it then? You admit that you have a cut on your thumb because you tried to steal the disc.
Order. Order in the court. What do you have to say, witness?
I think there's a slight misunderstanding going on here. To say that I tried to steal the disc is not at all accurate. I'm tired of hearing it. That's supposed to mean that disc was mine to begin with, after all. You all seriously have a problem with me redeeming my own pledge. Huh? Oh, well. It seems this piece of evidence will explain the connection between this man and the murder. Testify again. This time, tell us more about this disc. As you wish, I suppose. Though it's clear that this disc has nothing to do with the murder case, in my opinion. Tumagundo may be written on that disc, but I can verify that it is mine. On that day, the defendant pilfered my pledge ticket from me. I made great haste to the shop in hopes of reclaiming my item before her, but the disc found its way into the police's hands either way. In other words, I had no reason to sneak into that shop.
Hold on a moment. Would this Magundo be the man who was put on trial 2 months ago? The one who mysteriously died shortly after I declared him not guilty.
Yes, that is the one.
What? Then, Mr. Crowgray, does this mean that you were acquainted with Mr. McGundle?
Yes, my lord. It was.
Order. I have to say, I wasn't quite expecting Mr. McGundle's name to pop up here again.
According to Gina, McGundle gave her this disc. On the night of McGundle's crime, he told her to pledge this disc to Hatch's pawnbrokers. That Crowgray guy says it's his. It's a clear indicator that his testimony is full of lies. He went to the pawn shop to steal McGundle's possessions.
Now, defense, begin your cross-examination.
McGundle was written on the disc, but he says it's his. But it has his name on it. How can you claim it as yours? You can probably tell, being a telegraphist earns you quite a salary.
Certainly. You are dressed rather well.
Normally, a wealthy man has no need for pawn shops. But as it happens, I once left my wallet at home by accident. No other recourse, I pledged a high-quality brown coat at a pawn shop. Was this your coat? Well, of course, you can't pledge someone else's item. But what I had completely forgotten was that I had left that disc inside the coat pocket. Care to explain why the disc says to McGundle? Collecting rare music box discs happens to be a hobby of mine. I met Mr. McGundle at one of London's social clubs. To my surprise, he was also quite the fan of music boxes.
So, this is...
This was a sample disc before a final version was published. I had planned to let Mr. McGundle have a listen to it, but alas, I accidentally left it in your coat pocket when you pledged it. Precisely. Dean Bean didn't testify about any of that last time, did she? She didn't. McGundle coerced her into silence. I badgered Crowgray too much about this. I might expose Gina's perjury. Aww. This is getting far too complicated. I should leave this subject alone for now. But perjury has never stopped ace attorneys ever. On that day, the defendant stole his pledge ticket. Gina stole your pledge ticket? Indeed. You can never hold your valuables too close when walking in these streets. Gina didn't do that. You would say that. She is a pickpocket, and a frequent offender at that. On the day of the crime, we had acquired information on Gina. Then, we went to Hatch's pawnbrokers in search of her. We did all this to seize McGundle's disc. I object to the defense's baseless nonsense. Nonsense?
Objection sustained. Defense, this is a formal warning against baseless slander. Do you understand?
Yes, my lord. Then allow me to continue with this pointless testimony. Make great haste shop in hopes of claiming his item before. Was this your first time visiting Hatch's pawnbrokers? It was my first time making a pledge, but I do rather enjoy window shopping. You chased after the pickpocket, and you realized she had stolen your ticket. Exactly. It took me a moment to realize, however. Then, I rushed to the shop before she ended up withdrawing my coat. In the end, I wanted nothing more than the return of my own belongings. Ugh. I can't do anything about his lies, but I have no evidence. The disc found its way into the police's hands either way. I wonder if the Inspector will react to this. It was confiscated by Inspector Gregson, correct? Yes, I believe that was his name. I was told that all items related to Mr. McGundle was being sieged as evidence. Excuse me, Inspector Gregson.
What do you want?
Did something come to mind when you were listening to Mr. Crowgray's testimony?
No, not really. Nothing at all.
Let me ask another question, then. Why was the yard after causing Maguno's belongings?
You expect me to be able to share that information? It's confidential.
Is this one of your top secret investigations, Inspector Gregson?
Yes, sir. Surely you understand.
2 months ago, Ozzy Maguno met with his untimely demise. He was a prominent figure in London, but he could not escape the dark rumors about him.
Lord Van Zeeks, where are you going with this?
Are the police trying to cover up all the crimes he was involved in?
Please, say no more. There are times when inspectors are assigned duties that must be carried out in secret.
And you're implying that this was a direct order from the Lord Chief Justice Hart Vortex? I wonder why he seems to have so much faith in you.
In any case, if you want more information from me, you'll have to get permission from Lord Vortex first.
What in the world? It's like there's something big going on between the prosecutor and Hector.
I suppose we have no right to demand more information from Inspector Gregson. Witness, return to your testimony.
Thank you, my lord. In other words, he had no reason to sneak into that shop. There may have been some high-value, unredeemed pledges in there. No, there were not. Huh? Police sent a man to appraise all the items in that shop. It was all a pile of rubbish, hardly worth the space it occupied. And the reason you went to the shop really was to retrieve Maguno's belongings. For goodness sake, you really need to clean out your ears, friend. But I'll play along. Let's assume that your hypothesis is correct. I need to remind you that the disc was seized by the yard. It wasn't inside the shop anymore. That goes to show you that I had even less reason to break into the pawn shop. Were there no more Maguno's items left in Hatch's pawnbrokers? Small box, right? Small box? That's the code. Small box. We don't know it's from Maguno. Like, well, we know, but it's not known to everyone else. Is that really true? Hey, Ryu, if you got evidence, you should move it right into this stupid, annoying face. Maguno put the disc into his coat pocket, and he pledged it at the pawn shop. Then, when he realized that when he was about to be put on trial for murder, he gave the pledge ticket to Gina. That frilly man over there is definitely a big, fat liar. Looks like the police were after the stuff he left behind, too. That would explain why Inspector Gregson took the disc. But Toby's mumblings about something over there. Can't hear him clearly. There's something bothering him. Sure. Can't worry about him right now. First, I have to break through Crowgray's lies. No reason to sneak into that. This disc was brought to the pawn shop under Maguno's orders. Then, you tried to retrieve his pledge. Except the inspector confiscated that disc before he could take it for himself. With that truth established, there was no reason for him to break into the pawn shop. That's not completely true.
What?
Magunda pledged another item at the same pawn shop. The second pledge ticket proves it.
Ah,
Magunda pledged 2 items to Hatch. You broke in to try and steal the second one. And you did it together with your 2 partners in crime.
ah. Second pledge ticket.
Then what else was it that he deposited? The receipt only says small box.
Oh, that's awfully vague.
You mean to say that I brought these 2 idiots just to break in and steal a tiny box? I believe it's possible, yes. Utter nonsense. Why would I ever do that? Once the contract expires, the pledged item is unredeemed and placed on the shop floor. All I would have to do is purchase it. I wouldn't have any good reason to steal it. That is true.
You make a good argument.
So does that mean there was some reason this guy needed the box on that specific night? My lord, I want to make something clear to the court.
Would that be Lord Van Zeeks?
Unfortunately for the defense, truth is perfectly clear. No small box was stolen from the victim's pawn shop. We have evidence that says as much.
What? Really?
Inspector Gregson, submit the photographs.
Sir, understood.
Photographs?
These pictures were taken by the camera that the great detective set up.
Who's camera? As you previously indicated on the sketch, there were 2 of these cameras installed in the victim's shop. One camera was set to capture Hatch and any customer standing at the shop counter. The other was set to capture the shelves where the unredeemed pledges lie.
According to the pledge ticket, the redemption period for Magundo's box ended on 13 April at 9 p.m. This was 2 days before the crime was committed. The moment the deadline passed, that box would have been placed on the shelves. Then, 2 hours before the murder, at 11 p.m. on 15 April, this picture was taken.
I'll do that stereoscopic thing again.
Why? These shelves are positively bursting with unredeemed rubbish. Here's another photograph. This is from after the incident, at 2 a.m. Very well. Let's compare these 2 photos. Even when they're side by side, I fail to see any differences between these photos.
Alright, let me full screen this. Cross my eyes. Do we need to? Let's play Where's Waldo? Ah, I can see the box on the lower right has shifted. The little brown box in front of the paint photo. Before even crossing my eyes. Wait. I can't do it.
Oh, my eyes are going blurry. It's natural to question whether or not anything was stolen after the victim died. We at Scotland Yard investigated that possibility thoroughly. And these 2 photos have been examined already? Of course, my lord. After we meticulously counted the items pictured in each photo, we came to the conclusion that they are exactly the same. I see.
As you can see, absolutely nothing was stolen from Hatch's pawnbrokers. This Japanese boy's claim is nothing more than a false accusation. Ugh. No, it was so close. Only I could prove that he stole one of Magundo's pledges. Could have caught him red-handed. Hey, Ryu. I was just wondering about these 2 photos. Do you think they're really identical? Huh?
Very well, defense. The court wishes to confirm the following. On the night of the crime, nothing was stolen from the crime scene. Do you acknowledge this as truth?
Do I? I should look at these photos again. There's really nothing odd about them? Point out abnormality. I had a feeling all along. There's clearly something odd about these two pictures. I just realized the use evidence option is probably to let you use the stereoscope so that you don't have to cross your eyes. But I've committed to this box thing. What?
Defense, the court orders you to point out this oddity. Point out the abnormality in these photos.
I guess it shouldn't matter which side I pick, right? I will acknowledge that these photos look nearly identical. But there is just one part that's different. What? If you look at these pictures stereoscopically, which I did not do, this small box almost appears to jump out from the pictures.
I don't believe it. You're right. It's jumping right out at me.
There's only one logical conclusion. That night, Maguno's box was not stolen. Instead, someone did pick up this box before trying to put it back where he found it.
Then this is it, isn't it?
This is the small box, posited by Magundo. Balderdash, what is this supposed to change? It wasn't stolen, it was just moved. The circumstances of the crime still haven't changed at all. I don't know, but he's right. Maguno's box wasn't stolen. It was just moved a bit. Does that mean the situation hasn't changed? I mean, he didn't steal the box, but can't you steal stuff inside the box? Like, changes everything. Don't you think this changes the circumstances of the crime completely?
What do you mean?
The issue here is what was moved. A small box. That must mean that something was inside, right? What? We need to examine the small box pictured here right away. It should still be on the shelf in Hatch's shop. There's no point. The owner of this box has been dead for 2 months. What does it have to do with us?
Objection overruled, Lord Van Seeks. Milo, enter the crime scene at once. Retrieve the box in question and examine the contents. I expect a report within 30 minutes. Perhaps this would be a good time for a recess?
Can't believe the Crown Court is being dragged about for such a pointless display.
Was that?
This is just more Japanese smoke and mirrors. They adore this foolishness. Why do you say that? This college boy had jumped to a ridiculous conclusion from the very start. He thinks our witness was trying to steal Magundo's pledges. But if you had any common sense, you would realize that none of it was worth stealing. Exactly! It's absurd to even imagine that I would attempt a robbery. As you all know, Magundo was killed immediately after his trial. He was declared not guilty. It was proven, without a shadow of a doubt, the great Cosme Magundo was an upstanding Londoner who couldn't hurt a fly. You proved it yourself, college boy. He was an upstanding citizen who deposited some average pledges, a black coat with a disc in his pocket, and a small box. Honestly, you couldn't pay me to take those off your hands.
No, he's right.
Mr. Magundo's rich. I can understand if it was jewels or a wad of cash.
Don't be that. You can't pawn a lot of cash. Indeed. Prosecution raises a good point.
Defense must show adequate proof. Prove the significance of the items pledged by your upstanding former client.
Odds defense? Do you have anything to present? What is the basis behind your claim that these items are related to the case at hand?
What's wrong, Ryu? Isn't it kind of obvious that both of those are super important pieces of evidence? Of course, it's obvious to you and me. We know the truth about both Magundo and his disc. If I tell the truth right now, that means telling everyone the truth of the acquittal I want from Magundo. Prove that it was an incorrect verdict, made possible by forged evidence. Oh. And we'd also be telling everyone that Gina committed perjury. Oh no. I want to imagine this, but does Prosecutor Van Zieks know? Is that why he's doing this? But this might actually be a good opportunity. Huh? Hi, Iris. Come on, you say it all the time. The truth will always come to light. What is the deeper meaning behind Magundo's pledges? The only one who could tell us, Gina. But if I ask her to testify, she could inadvertently put us at a major disadvantage. Should I have Gina testify? Yes. Truth will always come to light. My lord, I would like to make a proposal.
And what will that be, defense?
While Mr. Magundo's box is being transported to the Crown Court, I would like to hear the defendant testify. Let's bring Gina Lestrade to the stand.
Defendant? And for what purpose?
I want to know more about the items Mr. Magundo pledged to Hatch as pawnbroker. Gina Lestrade knows something more than the circumstances around them. If she testifies, I'm sure that everyone will understand just how important that these pieces of evidence really are. Oh? How very fascinating. I hope you haven't forgotten. You know what your client's testimony means for the both of you. I know.
Lord Van Zieks, could you explain your statement?
The prosecution consents to the defense's request. Put the current cross-examination on hold and demand testimony from the accused.
Very well then, I shall. Now, the court requests the defendant's testimony. Current witnesses should retire to the lobby and await further instruction.
Then, if you excuse me... Hold it, witness. Remain at the stand. You are to listen to the defendant's testimony. Understood? Gina's going to testify now. Please, you have to trust me here, Gina. Ryu. The items that Ms. Magundo pledged to Hatch's pawnbroker are deeply connected to that case from 2 months ago.
I do believe that this girl stood as a witness during a trial, yes?
She did. Her testimony established Mr. Magundo's innocence.
interesting turn of events. Everyone connected to that case is once again gathered here now. Perhaps this is what we call fate, Japanese boy. Two months ago, a bricklayer was stabbed to death inside an omnibus in the dead of winter. The only one inside the coach alongside the victim was Mr. Magundo. Naturally, Mr. Magundo was fingered as the prime suspect. But as the trial progressed, a new possibility emerged. It was possible that the murder had actually occurred on the roof, and that the victim's lifeless body had been dropped through the skylight. Dina Lestrade's testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time, Dina was hiding in the omnibus. He hoped to steal from the coach's passengers. And so, Mr. Magundo was declared not guilty. But immediately after the trial, he mysteriously died inside the Crown Court. 2 months have passed, but neither case has reached a conclusion. Neither the omnibus murder nor the arson. However, the defendant's pledges weren't mentioned at that trial, I believe. Dina, will you tell us the truth? Now's the time to speak out. Tell us what really happened during that crime 2 months ago. I wouldn't have a clue. I mean, like, I said all I know. You told us the real truth yesterday at the Gao, didn't you? Please, I beg of you. This is really important. But if, during your testimony 2 months ago, you happened to purposely hide the truth from the court, naturally, you'll be tried for perjury. On top of that, your reliability as a witness will be called into question. Though, I must say, I have to wonder if you were ever to be considered reliable in the first place. Jean Bean, please, you gotta trust Ryu. Iris? We're on your side, Jean Bean. Alright then, I'll talk. Gina, I suppose the defense has found the resolve to crush his own reputation. I have to say, I don't quite understand what is happening here. It appears there's some sort of secret being kept here. That secret involves Mr. Magundo's pledges and the incident 2 months ago. Go on, witness. The court orders you to testify. Testify about the truth you have yet to reveal. Everything's going to come to light, here in this Crown Court. Prosecutor Van Zieks is right. The only way forward is to steal my resolve an attorney. Truth is, the victim was in the omnibus too. When I was pulled out of my seat, I saw that disc on the floor. And I heard a scream from above. That's when the other two ran for the police. Magundo handed the coachman some money and sent him to a nearby pawn shop. He threatened me. I had to keep quiet about what I'd seen and heard. What in blazes is going on with her testimony? It's completely different from her testimony 2 months ago, is it not? Indeed it is, my lord. It almost seems as if the verdict handed down to Mr. Magundo was a complete mistake. Furthermore, it seems as if Mr. Magundo himself was scheming to deceive the court. I can only imagine there was a very sinister plot working in the shadows. It's undeniable that there was foul play afoot at the trial 2 months ago. An unforgivable deed committed by the defendant, the witness, and even the defense. Good heavens! The whole trial is nothing but lies and forged testimony. Mr. Magundo, the witness, even that Japanese attorney, they were all in cahoots. No, you're all wrong. No. I mean, that attorney bloke didn't know. You're not fooling anyone.
You didn't know? It's hardly reliable testimony.
How horrifying. You achieved an acquittal with devilish lies.
This evil cannot be left to fester. Go, punish them all. I will acknowledge that we committed a grave crime, one not easily forgotten. I am prepared to accept any punishment that awaits me. However, this testimony makes the truth clear. The items that Mr. Magundo left behind are of profound significance. Very well, exchange student. If you're so passionate about the truth, the least we can do is listen.
These are indeed regrettable circumstances. Master Naruhodo,
My lord,
suitable punishment will be formulated after this trial is ended.
understood. Naruto.
Now, begin your cross-examination.
Victim was in the omnibus too. What am I looking for? You were hiding inside the omnibus at that point, right? As I recall, you were inside the seat trunk. Yeah, but it was pitch black, so I couldn't see nothing.
2 months ago, you testified that the only passenger inside the seat was Mr. Magundo, yes?
In other words, she told us all bold-faced lies. Bloom and Magundo made me say that. It's okay, Gino. Let's tell the truth now. Were Magundo and the victim acquainted? Not a clue. But they were kind of yammering on each other the whole time. What were they talking about? I couldn't hear them all too proper, but it sort of sounded like business. They're talking about buying something.
Sounds like they were making some sort of deal.
It got louder and louder until it sounded like they were starting a right aggressive row. It shook me so much I could hardly breathe. But then, all of a sudden, there was a real loud noise. It sounded like someone had fell.
That was when you screamed, correct?
Yeah. And then, that bugger Magundo found me. When she was pulled out of the seat, she saw the disc on the floor. About that disc you saw, did it look like this? Yeah, that's probably it. It was on the floor, right next to that guy.
Wonder if that disc actually belonged to the victim.
Magundo swiped it right up and shoved it into his coat. And then, he made me sit in the seat opposite for him. What did Magundo say to you? I was told to keep my lid zipped, talk about absolute nothing I had seen or heard there. That included the disc. His eyes terrified me. If I didn't say yes, I was sure that he stabbed me too. And then he started asking me all sorts of stuff about myself. My name, where I lived, and about my life as a pickpocket too. Eventually, the murder scene was discovered. Yeah, I heard a clatter from above. She heard a scream from above. Other 2 passengers ran to the police. There were 2 passengers on the roof seats. Yeah. That lot screamed when they saw the body through the skylight. The coachman stopped the coat straight away, and Magundo made me hide.
Made you hide?
Yeah, he shoved me right back into the trunk. The omnibus stopped. 2 lot on the roof ran out to call the police. That proves that those 2 passengers truly weren't connected to the murder. So the only ones left at the scene were you, Magundo, and the coachman? Yeah, and I was hiding in the trunk. Someone left the coach door open. I could hear him talking outside.
If I remember right, the coachman testified in Mr. Magundo's trial as well. I think his name was Mr. Beppo.
What were they talking about? I heard one of them say something like, I have no idea what happened. Guno handed the coachman some money and sent to a nearby pawn shop. That pawn shop would be none other than Hatch's pawnbrokers, right?
Hold on. No. You must be saying the coachman was lying as well?
At the very least, the pawn shop was not brought up in that trial.
My word.
He took off his black coat and gave it to the coachman. It was a well-wicked-looking coat. He patted it down proper and hard before handing it over. When I saw that, it was all clear. The stuff he was popping was worth a heck of a lot of dosh. I would explain why Gina was trying to sell the disc at such a high price. I remember she was arguing with Hatch over its value on the day of the crime. When Magunos bought a cash in hand, the coachman was happy to go to the pawn shop. And Magunos hollered me over, told me to go outside the omnibus. Threatened me. I had to keep quiet about what I had seen and heard. He threatened you? Told me that if I did what I was told, I'd be free to go off home. Did he tell you to commit perjury, you little thief? That, and one more thing. He had another order for me. And that would be... He told me to take the pledge ticket from the coachman, keep it safe.
Pledge ticket?
Then, if he didn't come back to redeem it in 2 months, I was to go to the pawn shop, pay off the interest, extend the redemption period. He gave me the dosh just for that.
I don't quite understand. Why would Mr. Maguno do such a thing? Why would he need to deposit his coat before the arrival of the police?
I can only think of one reason. Maguno didn't want those items to be seen by the police. They were very important items. He had no choice but to hide. After all that, he let me leave the crime scene. Good job telling the truth, Gina. Jinping trusts you, Ryu. Even so, he's going to be tried for perjury after this trial's over. Now's my chance to get the details from her. Alrighty, you gotta press her so hard that she can't even stand anymore. Yeah, sure. You know, something's kind of bothering me. Does it, Iris? Those two have been whispering about something for a while now. She's right. It looks like they're engrossed in a secret discussion. They almost seem panicked. I wonder if there's something I can do about it. I feel like they want me to question them even though there's no prompt to do so. What should I do it on? Pardon me, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Trogray. Oh, maybe it is. Inspector Gregson, Mr. Trogray.
What? Why did you do that?
You seem to be whispering something for a moment there. May I ask what you were discussing?
Disgusting. Don't be ridiculous. I have nothing to say to such a suspicious man.
I must agree. I have nothing to say to an inspector who seized my rightful property. Those two have been talking at the beginning of my cross-examination. It's almost as if they've been negotiating about something.
That's enough. The court desires no further testimony. The truth of this case has become startlingly clear.
2 months ago, a certain deal was taking place inside that omnibus. They were negotiating the price of this disc, but it seems negotiations failed. Outraged by the price of the disc, Maguno chose to steal it by force. And why not add murder to the laundry list of other crimes he had already committed? That just shows how significant this disc really is. Hope they don't ask me why it's so important, though. 2 months pass. And 2 days before this crime, Maguno's pledges would reach the deadline for the redemption period. I had no idea what I was meant to be doing with that ticket thingy. I mean, I knew he kicked the bucket after that trial and all. Much like the pickpocket you are, you moved to take his pledges for yourself. Well, it was just gonna get flogged off. What's the harm in taking me taking him? You can't blame a girl for wanting a dapper coat, can you?
Osni Magundo murdered a man just to get his hands on this disc. Would you happen to know why, miss?
Like I have a clue. It's just... it had to be worth a fortune. If I took it, maybe I could flog it off for a good sum. You can't blame a girl for wanting to make some quick moolah, can you?
My lord. The bailiff has just returned from the crime scene with new evidence.
Magundo pledged that mysterious box 2 months ago. It has to be the key to solving this mystery. Another intermission.
So, this is a small box pledged by Mr. Magundo 2 months ago.
Think back to the night of the crime. This was the only box that the intruder took with him. Come on, hurry up and open it.
Oh. This is obviously no simple box.
I had a feeling that was the case. It appears to be a portable music box.
A music box? Then, could this be?
It was most likely made for this particular disc.
It was made specifically for Mr. Magundo's disc, then.
To be accurate, that disc was not Magundo's. It's the disc that he stole from the victim after murdering him in cold blood.
But, for what reason would a poor bricklayer try to sell a music box disc?
I believe all will be clear once we listen to the music carved into the disc.
Very well. Let's listen to the disc using this music box. Please, my lord. You can't. Why not, witness?
This music box has nothing to do with the trial. I just don't believe there's any need to, listen to music in our dignified crown court. This disc was so important that Mortar was murdered for it. There's more than enough evidence that it may be relevant to this trial. The prosecution has no objections.
But we at the Yard already decided that this
I'm sure Scotland Yard has plenty of misguided opinions on the matter. But the prosecution came to court ready to examine every bit of evidence exhaustively. It's out of your control now.
Ah! Robert, let the music play.
This Morse code?
What in blazes? I say, this noise doesn't sound like any music I've ever heard.
He's right. Just the same note playing repeatedly in an unnatural rhythm.
Witness?
Oh, this is wonderful. It seems the music box is broken. Who could have guessed that this would happen?
It's broken?
There's no way. Oh, but of course. Perhaps a rather clumsy little bailiff dropped it on his way back to the Crown Court.
It is rather unfortunate, but I doubt that there's anything to be gained from listening to a broken music box. What are your thoughts, Defense?
I wonder. It certainly does sound like it's broken, but if we find any new leads by listening to this music box, it's probably important. But, safety's sake. I insist that the music is an important clue.
Really? But this is just a random noise. What could it possibly teach us?
It certainly does sound like nothing but noise. There's something bothering me. Mr. Crowgray's acting all haughty, like he's won. But beside him, Inspector Gregson's expression is really bothering me. The inspector seems to know something about this music box. And there's clearly something he's still hiding. What is he so worried about? And I have one more question for you, Japanese boy. Sir. Wait, Chow. What do you mean to say that this what do you mean to say this horde music is supposed to prove? The music box is probably making this noise because it's not music at all. Even if this is a music box, it doesn't mean that only music can be played on it. Ogre's arrogance vanished in an instant. I knew it. I'm on the right track. Hee hee. It's funny when you make deductions from a person's body language. It makes you seem kind of like Holmesy, Ryu. Doesn't mean only music can be played on it. In that case, what do you propose the noise is, Japanese boy? Well, if you don't present a solid answer, those vague of words of yours can hardly be accepted as a serious claim. He is correct. I think it's about time for you to accept that this music box is broken beyond hope. Ugh. I need a proper answer here. Hey, Ryu. I got to sneeze. I just took a little peek at this music box. This doesn't seem broken at all to me. What? This music box is only made to play one note to begin with. Thank you so much, Iris. You're a lifesaver. Please don't make us listen to it again. If this music box really isn't broken, there must be some meaning to this sound. It's not meant to be music. Oh. Could this sound be... Say, Ryu, I was just thinking, I feel like I've heard something similar to this recently. And when I say that, I mean super recently. What have we heard recently? Honestly, Iris, I was thinking the exact same thing.
Defense, is that your final answer? If the sound comes from this music box, it's not actually music. Then what exactly is it?
All the evidence and testimony presented so far, it all must be leading to one single answer. Japanese boy, the prosecution demands evidence from you. Give me concrete evidence to back your claim. Understood. Maybe the most ideal time to strike. This is my chance to connect the dots. Piece of evidence that reveals the truth behind this music box is... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It has more telegrams in it, so...
This is this morning's newspaper. Pickpocket girl brutally murders upright pawnbroker. Why? My, it's the biggest headline.
Oh, not that one. The important article is on the reverse side.
A reverse? Spy in the Ministry of Justice. Possibility of secret comms leaked overseas. This is a major incident currently under investigation by the Yard, as I recall.
Messages telegraphed by the government through what should have been secure routes are being leaked to foreign countries, the rumors say. Telegraphed? Is this what people mean when they talk about telecommunications? Indeed. Juror 5, may I ask you a question? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You work at the same telegraph station as Mr. Crogray, right? Correct. Yes. Yes, I do. And the telegraph station you both work at covers the district where major government offices and newspaper companies are situated? That is correct. The other telegraph stations wish they could hold a candle to us. Does this noise remind you of anything? What? Wait, could it be? I think so. It sounds very similar to what you've been doing with your telegraph there. What did you call it? Morse code? What? What? Stealing private telegrams sent by the Ministry of Justice wouldn't be an easy task. Unless you're a skilled telegraphist, that is.
The contents of this disc are an encoded international telegram leaked by the Ministry of Justice?
And they shifted positions.
Order, order, order! What I say? That would be treason. Crime punishable by the death penalty.
Oh, what does that mean? This treason. And, death penalty. Now he's got the revolutionaries' attention.
The Ministry of Justice classified information. Our enemies would pay a great sum for that.
Couldn't that have been related to the trade inside the omnibus 2 months ago? However, after Magundo's death, the disc remained at Hatch's pawnbrokers.
Oh,
If that were the case, the man who stole this information would have been fraught with worry. After all, if his crime was discovered by the British Empire,
it will be swiftly sentenced to death for treason.
to prevent that, he had no choice but to steal it back at all costs. That's why he broke into a closed pawn shop in the dead of night, all to collect what Mr. Magundo had left behind. What do you say to that, Mr. Crogray? You're saying that I stole my own country's secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely ridiculous.
It seems you do not intend to admit to the defense's accusations.
Of course not. You ingrates think you just impugn my integrity with impunity, all because I refuse to speak. Then go on and advocate your innocence to your heart's content. Testify about the defense's accusation. All right.
The offense being judged here today in this trial is the murder of Hatch, the pawnbroker. As you all know, murder is a grave crime to be punished by the penalty of death. On the other hand, treason against one's own country is no less serious a crime. It would do you well to keep that in mind as you testify. With that said, the witness may...
Oi! Don't forget about us, bruv. Let us join in with that testimony too, yeah?
You two again?
Name's Nemi Tin Pillar. Occupation, well, criminal in it.
Name is totally Tin Pillar.
You must be joking if you think we sell our country, bruv. Yeah, we call us 3 Tin Pillar Men.
This isn't the time for your mucking about.
I'm nothing more than a mere telegraphist. I couldn't steal state secrets anyway. The recording in that music box isn't even Morse code to begin with. That man was negotiating with a bricklayer, not me. I had nothing to do with him. A few days ago, we followed this guy's plan and broke into the pawn shop. That's all, sir, bruv.
If we knew what was going to sell the whole country, we wouldn't have helped them, bruv. Oh, excuse me, witnesses. Mr. Tin Pillar.
As a representative of the Tin Pillar Man, I'd be happy to respond to any inquiries, bruv.
Let's make one thing clear first. Are you confessing to being this man's accomplice? When you broke into the victim's pawn shop, you were under orders from this man? It was a 3-man job?
Yes, sir.
Order. How do you respond to this claim, Mr. Crowgray?
I'm afraid I have no idea what these men are talking about, nor even who they are. Oi, give it out, mate. You're the one what got us into this pavala, ain't it? Oh, I'll keep a moment about those complicated government secrets or whatever, bruv.
That old man at the pawn shop, a goner.
That's just out of order, ain't it? Ugh. Didn't take long for them to turn against them. Regardless, I have no intention of confessing to a crime I didn't commit.
Who could have imagined that this music box would be so vital to this case? We best accept that into evidence.
Oh, evidence. Interesting.
Alright.
First things first. Bottom of our new evidence. Huh? What's the matter, Ryu? This music box. It looks like you can open it from the bottom, too. Oh, wow. Hey, you're right. Hurry, Ryu. Open it up, right now. Calm down. Huh? This side has another music box? Could this mean you can play music from this side as well? It looks like these two mechanisms work in sync. In sync? So if you put a disc on each side, they play together at the same time. God. I need another disc. So this side also functions as a music box. And just like the other side, the teeth on this comb are all the same length. Which means that even if you put a disc in, it'll play the same note over and over. Yeah, that's right. But if you compare the teeth on this comb to the other one, they're different lengths. So the note it plays is different from the other side. Oh. In other words, while each side can only play one note, the note that each side plays are not the same. This box can play 2 notes. Huh. Very interesting. Might be related to the line where he says it's not even Morse code. Right. Couldn't steal stage secret. The crime covered in this newspaper really did happen, right? Like how I'd know. Why wouldn't you? Telegraphists hired by the government are all high-rate specialists. They wouldn't let a technician at a telegraph office hear such important information. No, that is far from true. Was that? Juror 5. We telegraph office technicians are not so humble. Office technicians work with the Ministry of Justice to install and manage their telegraphs. You led that very team, Mr. Crowgray. Wow, that's pretty impressive. He's an incredible telegraphist, a shining example of a perfect role model.
You did have access to government telegraphs.
But I am not privy to the contents of the confidential messages they send and receive. In fact, all the telegrams are encoded. I could never decipher them. No, that is far from true. Mr. Crowgray oversees meetings between the government's team and the technicians. He assists government so that important information is not lost in any telegrams. And he's been the champion of our office's cryptanalysis tournament for 5 whole years. Wow, that's pretty impressive. He's an incredible telegraphist, a shining example of a perfect role model.
I swear, could you close your mouth for 1 bloody second?
I feel like there are better role models out there than them. Anyway, the defense's claims are nothing more than a load of poppycock. Isn't even Morse code to begin. Is that so? It's obvious if you just listen to the sounds coming from the music box. Really?
You don't mean to say you've never learned about Morse code?
I've never seen him look so exasperated. How about I give you a little lesson then? Juror 5? Morse code is comprised of 2 types of sounds. 2 types? By combining dots and dashes, you can form letters and words. I see. For example, this is an A, and this is a B. And this music box only plays 1 note, correct? But this unnatural rhythm kind of sounds like Morse code. At the very least, I can find no discernible meaning in this jumble of notes. Ergo, this is not Morse code.
No!
Why are you surprised? Listen to this music box. It's obviously nothing more than broken rubbish. Learn the fundamentals of Morse code before you accuse me of anything. Ouch. Got me there. I don't think we're too far from the truth. Iris? Considering the idea of trading secret information using this music box, it doesn't seem too far-fetched. It's a shame we can't press some more on that yet. Wonder, is it really impossible to use this music box to communicate Morse code? I mean, it plays 2 different notes. You don't know how you need 2 discs. It's possible. I believe it is possible that this music box was used to legally trade telegrams. That is the defense's official statement. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, Japanese boy? You need both dots and dashes to convey Morse code. I'm aware. What?
Seems the defense knows something that we do not. I order you to explain defense. At the moment, his music box plays only 1 note. Tell us how this can be used to relay a message encoded in Morse code.
Alright, like examine it or did it present the button? Huh? What's the matter, Ryu? This music box. It looks like you can open it from the bottom, too. Oh, wow. Hey, you're right. Here, Ryu, open it up, right now. Calm down. Huh? This side has another music box. Could this mean you can play music from this side as well? It looks like these 2 mechanisms work in sync. Think. So if you put a disc on each side, they play together at the same time. Go.
What in blazes is this? On the bottom of the music box is another music box?
What? It seems that the 2 mechanisms operate in unison. In other words, If you put 2 discs in this, you can play 2 sounds simultaneously.
Oh,
Morse code consists of 2 types of sound, dots and dashes. If you had 2 discs, you could possibly use them to trade information. You need to pull your head out of the clouds. Mr. Krogray? There's not a shred of evidence that supports this man's preposterous claims. But of course, if you have a second disc to present to the court, that would be a different story. I can't do that just yet. One more thing. As the witness has stated, he was not the one negotiating with Cosne Magundal 2 months ago.
it was thrice-fired mortar.
Exactly. I'm not even remotely involved in this.
I have to admit, I am rather curious about this possibility, but for now, we'll have to continue with the cross-examination.
Mr. Krogray and the victim from 2 months ago. I have no idea what their connection might be. We have to find some kind of proof.
Now, witnesses, return to your testimony.
Very well, but my assertions have not changed. Had nothing to do with him. But we need to find something to prove this. 2 months ago, Magundal stabbed the victim to death and stole his disc. Mr. Mortar was a poor solitary man of few words. Actually, let's think about the knife, but probably not related. Mr. Mortar was a poor solitary man of few words. He moved to the high street a few years ago, but citizens know nary a thing about it. But when you think about it, it's hard to imagine a bricklayer being able to get his hands on government information. You raise a fair point. There must have been someone else pulling the strings. That person gave Mr. Mortar the disc. Then, he forced Mr. Mortar to negotiate with Magundal. Good heavens. What's the point of glaring at me? A bricklayer living on the high street, and a telegraphist living in the city center. We only had evidence that connects them.
Next witness may continue the testimony.
2 days ago, they followed and broke the pawn shop. That's all. We're talking about Mr. Krogray, yes? Yeah, you bet I am, bro. We ain't seen him for years, and the first thing he does is set us on a dangerous job. That's kinda out of order, ain't it, Rupert? Hold it. What did you mean by not having seen him for years? Does that mean you knew Mr. Krogray? The 2 of us are proper good criminals. We got loads of old mates, bro. Excuse me, Mr. Tinpillar. Don't do this again. Yeah? You what? Sorry, I mean the other Mr. Tinpillar.
Hey, me?
You seem to be lost in thought during Nemi's testimony.
Oh no, I just kinda remember something, bro. That's all. We Tin Pillars used to muck around with them when we were children.
Him? You mean Mr. Krogray?
Yeah, him. He didn't dress so posh back then. After all, he was brought up poor. He was brought up poor, just like us.
Really?
He's always been well smart. He's something mad that we'd never be able to dream up ourselves.
Oh, I remember. Milverton and Tinpillar Dairies. That was a proper masterpiece, bruv. If you feel the need to continue your worthless reminiscence, leave it for after the trial. Put that fruit away, too.
That barrister over there started it. Yeah, don't look at us, bruv. Oh, how about we end on a good note? Return to your testimony. How do I feel about that fascinating story? Oops. Sure.
My lord,
Yes, defense?
the witness's glory days, the testimony, may be extremely important.
Very well. Witnesses. Add that trip down memory lane to your testimony. But keep it brief. 10 pillars. Whoa!
Silverton and 10 Pillar Dairies. Could you tell me more about that? It sounds like a company. It was just an armless joke we played back when we were little children, bruv.
Yeah, our company went around delivering fresh milk to everyone.
You called it a joke, but that's not like kind of a real job. Now that I have the chance, might as well ask what I can. God. Game? In order. So what kind of company did you run? Where we lived, there was a milkman what came on the coach every morning. If you left out your empty milk bottles, he'd come around and fill them up.
So we made up this contract, right?
Sent it around.
Said that we deliver fresh milk every day, at half the price of your average milkman.
Everyone was well up for it. You gave us some good dosh, bro. Did you live on a farm?
Ah, you joking? We already said we was poor.
Uh-huh. What we've done was way easier, bruv. You take another family's full milk bottle, and swap it with a customer's empty one. Bob's your uncle. That sounds pretty illegal. It was just an harmless little joke, bruv.
None of that sounds very harmless to me.
And he was the genius what came up with it. You mean Rupert Milverton? He was always done proper and with a sparkle in his eyes, bro. Rupert Milverton? I'm gonna study as hard as I can to move out from this place. He never shut up about it. But we always took the mickey. That there's no way he'd manage. I heard he's like fellow Watson now. Can you believe it, bro?
Telegraphist.
Holmes and Watson diaries. Theories. Don't even think about copying them, Iris. I have to say though, I didn't think this murder would be so connected to such a drastic crime. This is all because he illegally leaked sensitive documents. Not that I have proof though. There's definitely a lot of stuff that supports that theory. He only omnibus 2 months ago, a break-in 2 days ago. But that frilly guy wasn't the one making a deal with Magundal, right? Yeah. It was a man named Bryce-Fired Mortar. He's gone now. If only there was some sort of connection between the two of them. Anyway, it doesn't seem like there are any holes in his testimony. But maybe he's not the key to this cross-exam. Maybe I should turn my attention to the 10 pillars again. I press this. So you didn't know about this music box?
We did, and we still don't. And we ain't gonna try to find out neither.
You two broke into Hatch's shop 2 days ago. I asked about that. You said pawn shop door was open, so we had to go in. But I say that you had your eyes on the shop from the start.
Yeah, bro. That's right.
It was all his plan, bro. Did you ever happen to ask why Mr. Crowgrave chose to rob Hatch's shop?
Well, we did, but he said
valuables abroad this shop, friends. Proper felfler and all, bro. But then the truth was that only junk abounds in that rubber jeep. That's surprised that he wouldn't tell these two what he was really after. Let's ask about the name, I guess. Mr. Chinpillar, Mr. Krogray, you said that this company of yours was a joke? Yeah, bro. Overton and Tin Pillar Dairies, right? Yeah, bro. So what's this Milverton part all about? Oh, you got some good ears, bro. That's... Shut up. Don't just run your mouth. You deny these witnesses' testimony, right? Why does the Milverton part bother you so much? Well... Back when he was a child, he had a lot going on at home, bruv. It was so poor, I think his parents divorced. That's when his last name was changed to Krogray. But you're always a Milverton to us, mate. Milverton? That was your surname. No, I've been a Krogray since the day I was born. There's nothing to be gained by listening to these fools' outlandish claims. You've been nationally certified to be a telegraphist. When you apply for this certification, your personal history is investigated and recorded. It won't take us too long to look it up. It seems the Chinpillars have testified honestly. Your name was once Rupert Milverton. Do you object? No. You're absolutely right. Rupert Krogray was once Rupert Milverton. It could be game-changing information. That related? Mortar Milverton, of course. We can now connect them to Mortar. Nothing to do with him. Hold on, present. Time for safety save. Nothing to do with them. I want to present the notes. Mr. Rupert Milverton. Why didn't you tell us your old name? I abandoned that name a long time ago. Why would I bother to mention my rubbish past? I don't think that's why. You had a reason to hide your old name. What do you mean? In my possessions are case files from the trial 2 months ago. They include the victim who failed to negotiate with Magundal and died for it. Ah, yes. Mr. Mortar, the bricklayer. His full name is listed in these files. Mortar Milverton. Milverton? Then... Mr. Rupert Milverton. Price-fired Mortar was your father. Allow me to repeat myself. When you apply for a national certification, your history is investigated and recorded. Looking this up is not difficult. Do not forget that. You stole the contents of the British Empire's private telegrams. Then, you and your father conspired to sell them to Kazi Magundal. If we connect the facts, and the clues that came to light through this cross-examination, you begin to see the truth. The truth? You and your father, Mr. Mortar, made a certain deal with Magundo.
This deal had something to do with his music, correct?
You stole information from the Ministry's telegrams and tried to sell it to Mr. Magundo. The decision to split it into 2 music discs was most likely made as a precaution in case information fell into the wrong hands.
Understandably, you wouldn't expect a music box to be used as a hiding place for information.
However, those negotiations fell apart and Mr. Mortar's life was taken. Magundo was arrested and the stolen disc was hedged to Hatch. Then, 2 days ago, you broke into Hatch's shop in hopes of retrieving the pledges. Hi, Kevin.
But even this attempt ended in failure.
One of the discs was taken by the police, and the other was nowhere to be found. So, on that night, you joined up with the Tin Pillars to break into the pawnbrokers. You did this in order to finally seize the second disc.
That disc was inside his music box.
But we
weren't doing nothing about that, bruv.
On the night of the incident... Oh god. This music box was the only thing handled by the intruders.
Indeed, this was made clear when we viewed the storeroom photographs stereoscopically.
So why did they handle that music box? I should think the reason is obvious. Thank you for the birthday wishes. It's still my birthday, I suppose. Hold a second. Prograde was trying to retrieve the second disc, which was still inside the music box. He knew that if the police got their hands on it, he'd be tried for treason. What do you have to say to that, Mr. Prograde? All this happened because of your dealings with Cosne Magundo. I shall not indulge your wild delusions, not one bit. Mr. Prograde, there's blood seeping through your sleeve.
What? Oh.
2 nights ago, 3 shots were fired in Hatch's shop. 1 bullet killed Hatch. Another hit Mr. Holmes's pouch. And the last one embedded himself in the calendar at the scene, but only after hitting the intruder's arm first. Mr. Prograde, the wound in your arm is the very same bullet wound, isn't it? I don't think you can get out of this one, bruv. I just want to fess up, ain't it, bruv? Good lord. I gave you one simple command, you buffoons. I even paid you handsomely. Pretend I was never here. This is of utmost importance. Seems it really was a foolish move to trust petty criminals from the slums, after all. Fine, I'll confess. I broke into Hatch's pawnbrokers on the night of the crime. I gave these fools 10 whole guineas to aid me. As you have surmised, that was when I ended up with this injury. However, that is all I will acknowledge as fact. You think I stole government secrets and sold them to Magundo? In God's name, I have done nothing of the sort. Till I have a stronger case, I will never confess the Kurt murder. But with this revelation, I believe the most crucial truth has been proven. Elaborate, college boy. 2 guns have already been discovered, from each only one bullet was fired. The bullet that the tin pailers fired hit Mr. Holmes' pouch. As for the bullet that Hatch fired, of course, it hit Mr. Crogray's arm. I believe that is the only possibility.
Well, I suppose a man wouldn't just up and shoot himself.
If that's the case, then there's only one logical conclusion. The only person who could have shot the third bullet that killed Hatch is the third intruder who was also there at the scene.
Oh,
That's right. I mean you, Mr. Crogray.
ugh.
No one else could have shot Hatch. It was you. Oh, dear attorney. What a hole you've dug. Exposing me in court wasn't your best move. What? What is he talking about? You aren't mistaken when you say that I was in the shop at the time. It's true that I tried to hide that fact. But what else is a man to do? I wouldn't want to deliberately soil my perfect record as a master telegraphist. Did you never stop to think? Think? About what? The possibility that I may have witnessed the crucial moment. In other words, I am the eyewitness that will finally end your client's miserable life.
What? You mean to say that you...
Indeed, I saw it all very clearly. I witnessed the moment when that pickpocket girl shot that poor shopkeeper.
What? Okay. Order, order, order. It seems the trial has reached its final act.
Witness, Rupert Crogray. Yes? I'm sure you're well aware by now. If you have just lied to the Crown Court, that will serve as nothing more than proof of your crime. Yes, I'm quite aware.
Court now orders you to testify. Testify about the events unfolded before you as the victim was shot.
As you wish. When those two idiots were fighting with the pawnbroker, I was by the entrance. When Nemi was shoved aside, I suddenly felt this pain in my arm. I pursued the shopkeeper and peered into the small peephole in the storeroom door. Then, I saw the accused in her black coat shoot the shopkeeper as he tried to run away. Blood erupted from the shopkeeper's back, splashed onto the defendant's coat. After she tossed the gun through the peephole, I picked it up and escaped with it.
Okay. That testimony. What in blazes? You mean to say that you witnessed the very moment of the crime? Order, order, order!
I originally had not planned to give this testimony, but I will not stand idly by and watch as you all accuse me of a murder that I did not commit. I made the truth clear in order to defend myself. Truth? Prosecution was not given this information either.
My humblest apologies, sir.
The shopkeeper that shot my arm was then shot by that little thief. That is most likely when the blood splashed back. The victim's blood was on the defendant's coat. Are you certain? Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. The black coat she wears now is the one she was wearing on the night of the murder.
What? If there really were visible bloodstains, then they would be undeniably fatal evidence. It may be possible to detect these bloodstains using a certain test.
Huh?
Very recently, German scientists developed a technique to detect human blood. I assure you that it's worlds apart from a certain suspicious detective snake oil. Holmes's theories are the real deal. He's not a sham. In the world of science, theory means nothing without evidence to back it up. German courts have already proven the effectiveness of this method. We have some of this chemical at the yard, if my lord allows it. I could have the defendant's coat tested right away. It's bad, Ryu.
Huh?
Don't forget that Jean Bean's coat really does have blood on it. They can detect that. Oh, you're right. Yesterday at the Gao. Okie dokie, here we go. Don't move a muscle, Jean Bean.
It's only on the coat.
But it isn't Hatch's blood. It's from 2 months ago. It came from when Magundo stabbed Mortar in the omnibus. My lord, the defense objects to this test. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, order the yard to carry out this test post haste. As you wish. While we wait for the results, the defense may begin its cross-examination. They find the blood on that coat. Gina. Defense! My lord. For cross-examination, please. Understood. This cross-examination. I have to find some kind of decisive clue. I don't even want to think about what will happen if I fail here. He's by the entrance. Hatch came out of the storeroom in the back. Is that correct? He leapt furiously onto these two as they pried about the shop counter. He had a gun in his hand. I'm glad I kept my distance. Never been so scared in my life, bruv. We're just normal burglars, bruv. He wasn't armed or nothing. What? Didn't you have a gun too? So, Mr. Krogray, you claim that you were standing at the entrance. I was simply looking at the many items lined up on the shelves near the door. He's searching for the unredeemed music box? The shopkeeper threw himself onto Nemi. Totally there, I assumed they would easily win by numbers alone. But even that was too much of a task for these boons. I tried to help Nemi, then he threw me over the counter, innit? Then I aimed my gun at an old geezer, and he ran off, bruv. How could you gang up on a poor, frail pawnbroker like that? What a cowardly move. Oof. This pain in the arm. That's when you were shot? Indeed. It took me a moment before I realized, however. In the midst of the three-man brawl, it knocked many items off of their shelves. The gun must have fired at that moment, because I failed to hear the gunshot. As I understand, the bullet grazed you and landed in the calendar hanging behind you. It would appear so. When I looked at my arm, I was bleeding. I tried to cover it with a handkerchief. Without a doctor, I could only wait for the wound to close naturally. It took 2 whole days before it stopped bleeding. Mr. Hatch, inmate you in particular? I can't say, but to be honest, I don't think he even realized I was there. Perhaps it was a misfire, or he just missed his true target. When I aimed the gun at him, the old geezer shoved me away. Then he turned and scarpered for the inner door, bruh. What did you do afterward, witness?
pursued the shopkeeper and peered into the swamp heap. But why? You chased him even when he was no longer a threat? I can't say I understand why, but I followed him towards the back of the shop. What did you mean when you mentioned the door's people?
The storeroom door is made of sturdy wood. There was also a small window built into the door to provide a view of the inside.
Now that he mentions it, it's actually how I looked into the room when I found Gina. What of these two stooges? Did they not see this peephole? No, we never.
Never saw none, sir.
I don't think they even knew that the peephole was there. Fair enough. Tin Pillars didn't actually see the murder anyway. Pawnbroker and the pickpocket were inside the storeroom.
The defendant was there?
Didn't seem like either of them had noticed me watching them. The girl turned her gun towards the shopkeeper, in full view of the peephole.
Then what did you see?
Hughes in her black coat shoot the shopkeeper as he tried to run away. When the crime scene was discovered, the defendant was indeed holding a gun. The gun belonged to Hatch Windybank, and it only had shot one bullet. The only one shot by the gun was you, Mr. Crowgray. That just means that the little thief wasn't holding Hatch's gun. The pawnbroker's gun shot me, and the Tin Pillar's gun shot the detective. With those two accounted for, there must have been a third gun. Assuming Hatch's gun was not used to shoot him, the third gun is the only explanation. Thus, the defendant must have a gun of her own. And how do you explain why nobody found it during the investigation? Calm down, Mr. Attorney. What's so funny? I'm giving you these events in order. I was just about to explain how. The pawnbroker and the pickpocket seemed to be glaring at each other, but suddenly, the pawnbroker tried to flee. That instant, she shot the pawnbroker from behind.
How horrifying.
Blood splashed on it erupted from his back. Saw it all through the peephole. The coat is black. You can't exactly see it now, but I can guarantee that the coat is soiled by his blood. Well, he's not wrong about that part. That's not Hatchling's blood. Right. It's Mr. Warner's blood. From when Magundo stabbed him 2 months ago. If we could use Holmesy's forensic chemicals, prove it so easily. You didn't say hi, he said happy birthday? Well, thanks. Thanks anyway. The hi and the happy birthday. But as long as the Crown Court refuses to accept it, we can't use it as evidence. You're at. After she tossed the gun through the peephole, I picked it up and escaped with it. What? She threw her gun through the peephole? After the shopkeeper collapsed, that thief walked over.
Walked over where?
Towards the storeroom door. Remember, that's where the peephole was. In my panic, I jumped away from the door. Then, she dropped the gun through the peephole.
Why would you do something like that?
Can't say, but imagine she was trying to dispose of the gun. In the confusion, I placed the gun in my pocket. I later rationalized it by thinking that another crime might have been committed otherwise. And you were the one who removed the third gun from the crime scene? Yes, I was. I After that, I left these two to cleanup duty. I then left the shop. Cleanup duty?
The counter was in a proper state. We had to clean it up, ain't it? I swear you sound like my mom, bruv.
I did pay you a veritable sum of money after all. Chikroge, when you left the shop, was the second disc in your pocket? You're awfully persistent. Oh, what the... What's going on here? Excuse me, may I have a word with you two?
What is it?
Don't act like you don't know. You two were having a pretty big argument just a moment ago. Whew. This inspector fancies he's pretty hard, don't he? What were you two doing? He grabbed me by my collar, well, hard, bruv, and started kicking off at me, asking why we never told the police about the third gun. Oh? Why didn't you? Because we didn't know. We didn't know nothing about no people.
My apologies. I lost sight of myself. You aren't hurt, are you?
Whoa. Your face don't look all too kind, bruv. This guy's proper scary. What in the world is going on? Something feels very wrong here. I don't think I've seen Inspector Gregson battle someone so thoroughly. I was thinking the same thing. Usually, Toby has this big grin on his face whenever he talks to me. That's probably not how he usually acts. But it's still kind of unusual.
Lord, I request that you temporarily suspend this cross-examination. For what reason, bailiff?
The results for the test you have requested have arrived. Test for the bloodstains on the defendant's coat, then.
Very well, the court will temporarily suspend this cross-examination. Do you object, defense?
No, my lord. I have no objections.
This is just as we predicted.
Inspector Gregson, your report?
Sir, traces of human blood have been detected on Gina Lestrade's black coat. And the pattern of traces can be surmised that it splashed onto the coat. That is all. What?
See? I told you as much. Blood on that coat is not Hatch's.
Then whose blood is it?
That coat originally belonged to Cosne Magundal. He stabbed Mr. Mortar, a bricklayer. That's when the blood got on the coat. That blood came from Mr. Mortar. Dead men tell no tales. Listen well, Japanese boy. Sir? Only 2 months ago, you proclaimed in this crown court that Cosne Magundal was innocent. And yet, now that he's dead, you insist that he was a murderer all along. I have to say, you sound less and less like an honest attorney every time you speak.
Exactly. This is far from fair.
How can we even know who that blood really came from anyway? No matter how stereoscopically you look at it, there's no way to prove it. But we could use the chemical that Mr. Sherlock Holmes invented.
Mr. Holmes is a detective. That doesn't make him a chemist.
Are you saying that you would trust chemicals made by telegraphists? I gave Piroshki to Hungry Boy, and he ran away crying. Sherlock Holmes is a fictional character in a series of silly novels. A real court has no interest in a man like him. That's all there is to it. No. It seems all has been made clear. You see now that my testimony was true all along.
What do you mean?
Just as the witness testified, the defendant's coat was splashed with blood. If he hadn't actually witnessed it, he could not have testified as such. In other words, his testimony was legitimate. This brings us to only one conclusion. The defendant before you shot the victim. That is the undeniable truth. No! My lord.
Sword veteran wishes to speak.
Foreman?
We have arrived at our final conclusion. Haven't we, my fellow comrades?
Yeah!
有罪
有罪
有罪有罪
有罪
有罪
Many closing arguments. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's kind of cool, but 3 is kind of a lot.
It seems the jurors have reached a unanimous conclusion.
The defense failed to break down the witness's testimony. Surely, this time, it will be impossible to overturn our fine jury's verdict.
Yeah.
We've come so far. I don't think I'm going to be able to turn this one around. Oh, good heavens. A man who can't trust his fellows is a sad sight indeed. When you agree, my dearest attorney?
You would be the bailiff who delivered the test results earlier, no?
You know, sometimes I find myself thinking, Master Naruhodo. Science does not decide what is scientific truth. The true decider is mankind. Hey. No way. Mr. Holmes!
What? Order, order, order!
What are you doing here, Great Detective? I heard you were unconscious in hospital. Yes, well, change of plan. Someone asked me for a little favor, you see.
Favor.
Holmesy, you're finally awake. Oh, Iris. Sorry about that. Took a little too long, I'm afraid. My lord, may I have your attention for a moment?
What is it?
There's actually something I wish to hand over to the defense. Oh, don't look at me like that. It won't even take 5 minutes. Surely that's not asking too much.
What do you think, Lord Van Zeeks?
We've already spent a great length of time on this trial. By this point...
Exactly. By this point, wasting time would be...
By this point, a mere 5 minutes means nothing. Do as you please.
What? In that case, the defense is hereby granted 5 minutes.
Oh, you changed fast. Well, hello there. Sorry to keep you waiting, my friends. Mr. Holmes, are you sure you're alright? Of course not. Huh? It's taken all I've got just to stand up. Now, I did ask for 5 minutes, but... I'll probably keel over, or take even a second more than that, to be honest. Okay. And can we get straight to the point, please? Honestly, everyone here is so ignorant. You refuse to acknowledge how beautiful your science is, Holmesy. Well, inventing is more like a hobby. I just make things that'll help me with my investigations. I'm not really taking the steps to have them be recognized by society, so that's my fault. I see. Spoken like a true celebrity. That aside, I'm here to give you this. What's this? It's wrapped in pink cloth. It's a parting gift from Miss Susato. From Susato? If possible, I would have preferred not to give this to you. That was Miss Susato's request, after all. What? What do you mean? Miss Susato had foreseen this. For music. She knew that the true murderer would fight with tooth and nail to escape from his crime. And as such, your attempts at a fair fight place you in a tight spot. I was told to give you this at the 11th hour. That was her message. Susato's parting gift. I wonder what's inside. Oh? This is... Ah! Look! I made this! I made this. Smile. Oh. Here, take a look at this. This is my new invention. What is it? I call it the cat flap maker. It's my invention that creates instant doors for little kitties. Oh man, should have saved sooner. What is interesting is that. All right, I need to restart my mobile screen capture thing. So hold on a sec. Oh, I think I have to restart my phone, so more technical difficulties. What a pain. Give me a few minutes. Gotta restart my phone. I'll restart this. Quit. I think. We'll be back in a few minutes. Few minutes. Right. Then plug in the phone. Phone. All right. Came back up. Oh, it's gonna be loud. It's gonna be loud. I've saved you all from blowing out your ears. Yeah, the game starts at full volume every time I do this. I have to lower the volume. Alright, put it back on. There you go. It's been a while since we saved, so. Gonna be a little bit more waiting. Where am I? God. I want to turn on, what did I click on that? I turn on fast skip. I don't quite remember what I did here. There's a lot of pressing and there was a question.
待った
Oh, too fast. Okay. Well, last line again. We'll risk it this time. Probably do it anyway. The music doesn't stop right away, which tricks you into thinking that maybe you're wrong. But it is the correct choice of action. If I did that, I had to do the first part too. I remember I did something here too.
待った 待った 待った
You can't see any gray hair, so can't really tell it's Holmes there.
有罪
有罪
Holmes comes, gives us Susato's secret weapon, whatever it is. It allows us to. It sounds like it allows us to play not fair, which would even up the ground or something. But I can't possibly imagine what that could be. Save again, in case we crash again. Wing. This ring gift. Come around here. That was Miss Susato's request, after all. What? What do you mean? Miss Susato had foreseen this. She knew that the true murderer would fight with tooth and nail to escape from his crime, and as such, your attempt at a fair fight would place you in a tight spot. I was told to give you this at the 11th hour. That was her message. Susato's parting gift. I wonder what's inside. This is... Ah! Look! I made this! Oh. Here, take a look at this. This is my new invention. What is it? I call it the cat flap maker. It's my invention that creates instant doors for little kitties. Why did Susie want to bring this up now? Miss Susato said something to me after that, actually. She said that she was a failure of a legal system. Huh? I remember. Susato, I really do think you're the world's best legal system. I can never hope to hear higher praise than that. I'm sure I'm a failure of a legal assistant. Mr. Holmes, why would she say that? That night, when you left the shop in the pursuit of those robbers, Miss Susato used this to carry out a certain plan of hers. That's your answer, Master Naruhodo. Is the people not there? What does that even mean? Susato used this on the night of the crime? That makes 5 minutes. We're out of time. I do appreciate your time, dear Reaper. I have no need for your appreciation, Detective. But it matters not. You're already far too late. Oh? Now what makes you say that? Jury's opinion is unanimous. A closing argument is possible, but I'm sure changing their mind at this point is not. I wonder about that. Master Naruhodo. Sir, it all falls to you now. What will you do in the face of this crisis? It all falls onto me now. One misstep here, trial is over. My lord, the defense wishes to... I want to cross-examine the witness with the new evidence I have? I think I do. I want to cross-examine the witness. The jurors have already arrived at the verdict. You cannot ask for a new cross-examination now. I'm not asking for a new cross-examination. We were in the middle of one already.
What's this?
How forgetful you are today, dear Reaper. Lord, I request that you temporarily suspend this cross-examination.
Very well. The court will temporarily suspend this cross-examination. You object, defense?
No, my lord. I have no objections. In other words, nobody else has any say in the matter right now. If Ryu says he wants to continue his cross-examination, the court has no choice but to resume said cross-examination.
Ridiculous. This is the court's view of the matter. Defense's request is certainly justified. However, when a trial is continued for this long, it is the court that decides the timing of the ruling. For that reason, it will give the defense a single chance. You may present a single piece of evidence against a single statement contained in the witness's current testimony.
Single piece of evidence?
Should you make no progress, the court is prepared to announce its verdict. Do you have any objections?
As you wish, my lord. Sir, single piece of evidence against a single statement. That is more than enough. Now then, Master Naruhodo, it's about time for me to keel over. The rest is up to you. Mr. Holmes! Can you believe he's dead? I mean, he's not, but he's dead.
Such a high fever, and yet he still stood there, as if he was healthy as ever. I can't tell if it's his fortitude or his absurdity that makes him so terrifying.
He's most likely resting in peace in the waiting room about now. Glad Mr. Holmes isn't here to hear all this.
Now, defense, are you ready?
Yes, my lord. One piece of evidence to use on one piece of testimony. Iris, Mr. Holmes, Susato too. They all gave me this one last chance. This will decide how this trial ends.
Defense, resume your cross-examination.
Oh, what a theme. Well, I'm not sure how this. Like, we have to prove that. Can we actually prove that there was no people? 'Cause I always thought it was weird that you couldn't see here, but I thought it was covered by the curtain. Well, let's see what happens.
What is this strange little contraption?
It's a device that can create an entrance for little kitties in a snap. Whatever the kind of door, it'll carve out another little door that's for them. It basically creates a second smaller door inside an existing door. It means cats can get in and out without having to wait for a human to open the door for them.
You think I'm daft?
What kind of idiot can guess that? Eeh. But a toy like this has no relation whatsoever to a murder trial. Does he know this? You sure about that? After all, it's not as if there was a cat flap anywhere on that door. Hmm.
I have a cat home. I can't quite say I understand.
Let me word it a little differently. This device can create peephole in an instant.
What? Peephole.
2 nights ago, we went to the pawnbrokers right after the incident had occurred.
According to the report, you were accompanied by Mr. Holmes and your legal assistant, correct?
Precisely. Then, my legal assistant used this at the scene.
What in blazes?
If you remember, there was a peephole in that door. In fact, I actually looked into the storeroom through that peephole myself.
Don't be ridiculous.
What are you trying to get at? That peephole was in the door from the very beginning. I witnessed the crime through that peephole, after all. Is that really true?
What? What do you mean by that, defense?
Time for me to go all out. Here's what I'm trying to get at. Until my legal assistant had created that peephole, there was no way to see into the storeroom through that door.
What?
What? That's absurd. You can't possibly be implying. My legal assistant made the peephole when she used this device.
You tampered with the crime scene, despite her status as a legal assistant? That is an act of vandalism, worthy of hefty punishment.
My deepest apologies. It most likely happened in the few minutes when I was looking for a police officer. But if that really is the case, Mr. Kroge's earlier testimony contains a glaring contradiction.
A contradiction? Exactly what kind of contradiction?
Mr. Kroge's so-called decisive eyewitness testimony was all seen from the storeroom door's peephole, according to him. But, however, at the time of the murder, there was still no peephole in that door. And if we keep that in mind, it was absolutely impossible for you to have witnessed the crime from the outside. That can only mean one thing. Your whole testimony is nothing but lies.
What did you say? Order, order, order! What on earth is the meaning of this?
That claim of yours will not suffice. I'm sure that even you are aware of that. Exactly. Do you think such a childish claim could pass in court? What part of this seems so childish to you? Simple. Are you really saying that this toy can just make a door effortlessly? Yep. It boasts enough power to carve out of any door in an instant, no matter what it's made of.
What utter rubbish! There's no way you could do something like that.
Heh, I thought you might say that. Huh? Bagahai! Come here, sweetie. Time for din-dins. You made a cat door in the courthouse. That's gotta be slightly illegal. You see?
Oh. Now listen here. You can't just use the Crown Court's doors to make cat flaps.
That isn't the only issue, though. There's still more. Was the peephole really made with that toy or not? You have no way to prove it. What are you saying? That's easy peasy.
What?
This device always makes cat flaps with the same predetermined dimensions. It should match up perfectly with the peephole at the scene. That frilly man shut right up, didn't he? Nice work, Iris. You're a lifesaver. Perhaps it's time for you to shut up right now, exchange student. Your legal assistant has already returned to your Far Eastern Island. Am I wrong? You aren't, no? In that case, your claim is lacking one very important thing. Even if that peephole's dimensions matched up perfectly with that device. When exactly was it made? The prosecution demands evidence.
What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks?
This is rather simple. Was the peephole made with a toy before or after the incident? The aforementioned legal assistant has already left, and any testimony or proof along with her. When was that peephole created at the crime scene? Well, there's no proof of the answer. Your words are simply baseless conjecture. We have a late picture? After? Anything later than that? Kind of see a line there, right? A line there. Yeah, you can kind of slightly see a line on the door. Very hard to see, but the line is there. What? I swear to God, the game makes me do another stereoscopic thing. I'm gonna go nuts.
Yeah, he certainly is right. Defense, how do you respond?
You can't turn back now, Ryu. All we can do now is carve our own door and force it wide open. No, honestly, I'm not confident I can do this. There's one thing that I know for certain. Susato is the greatest legal assistant in the world.
The court requests evidence, defense.
You sure do. I've also not examined it, right? No, it better not be something here. Bad. Wow, these blades look really sharp. Right? They're made out of a very special alloy I developed for just this thing. They rotate 10 times a second. They can cut through any door in an instant. By the way, what are these two things on top here? Oh, they install hinges into the cutout. Cat thought could swing open both ways. Hinges. I'm proud of these high-powered parts. No matter the door, I'll cut right through it. Well, the machine's purpose is pretty cute. But the way it does its job, it's more of a destructive weapon than just a device. I'd make a deal with the devil himself if it means pleasing my cute little wagahai. Right, well, you.
Show us proof that the storeroom's door peephole was created after the crime.
I want to show the pictures. What? It's kind of not very clear. But oh well. This would seem to be from that camera your foolish detective set up. My legal assistant, Susato Mikotoba, really is extraordinary. That's why, no matter the situation, he was always thinking about the evidence we would need.
That evidence is this picture.
This was taken when the defendant broke into the pawn shop. Indeed. It captures the moment a heinous defendant mercilessly threatened the defenseless victim. That part's not important. Look at the door behind them.
Show it to me again, please. This is, my word, the storeroom door. There's no peephole in it.
Mr. Krogre. At the time, we were unable to view the crime through the peephole, because that peephole was not yet to be created. In other words, your testimony is nothing but a storeroom of lies.
Damn you! Order! Order! It seems the defense has perfectly proven its claim. This witness has told an entirely false testimony.
Quite so. He has done a splendid job of proving as such. Just as he has done a splendid job of proving his legal assistant's unforgivable sin of forgery. However, that is all there is to it.
What do you mean, Lord Van Zieks?
Even if this man has committed the egregious crime of perjury, you still cannot call him a murderer. Quite right. What? It's true. I was at the crime scene then. And then, I was shot in the arm. That is all. Yes. In fact, you should consider me a victim.
What?
Victim? Seriously? But right now, there's no evidence that decisively proves that he's a murderer. But you know, I think it's already too late for him. Iris? After all, once the door has been opened, there's no turning back for anyone. Right, Ryu? Holmesy always says this one thing. Lies always beget more lies. You do one, and their whole story falls apart. Or was that something I wrote? No, Iris. You're absolutely right. Mr. Krogray, you've done more than just commit perjury. After all, those lies were impossible from the start. They were impossible? So what do you mean? Within your lies, you've revealed something that you shouldn't have known. Therefore, there is a fundamental contradiction within your words. What? How very amusing, attorney. Let's hear it then. Tell us more about this so-called contradiction. Just like I had said, you threw one lie, the whole story falls apart. Mr. Krogray wasn't supposed to know about a certain something. Coat. The great contradiction caused by this is... with Bloodstain. It's true that there was blood in Gina's coat. Indeed, blood splattered positively everywhere. But how could you have known that? Well, of course, I saw it through the peephole. The important thing here isn't that he told a lie. It's why he was able to tell that lie. I'm afraid I fail to understand. In that case, let me ask you just one thing. Mr. Krogray, how did you know? How did you know that the peephole on the door even existed? Really? That should be obvious. Oh no.
Whatever is the matter? Why the sudden silence?
That peephole was created after the crime. After I let those two robbers slip away, I returned to the shop. Scotland Yard arrived almost immediately after, and ever since then, the pawn shop has been under investigation by the police. I believe I'm not mistaken, Inspector Gregson.
No, you're absolutely correct. The pawn shop was stuffed full of those pledges. In order to make it through them all, we scheduled shifts such that an officer was always present.
Naturally, Mr. Krogray wouldn't have been able to enter the crime scene. Thus, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. It should have been absolutely impossible for you to testify about it. However, there is no denying that he testified about it. He stated that he witnessed the crime through it.
Just how can that be possible?
I beg your pardon.
May I ask you something, Lord Van Zieks?
What do you want, Inspector Gregson?
It's about time I gave my report to the yard. I have nothing else I am able to testify about. So if you excuse me.
You have not been given permission to leave the stand, Inspector Gregson.
What?
I am telling you that you are not to be excused, Inspector. Until this trial's over, you will not step away from the witness stand. He told him, didn't he?
Understood.
Mr. Krogray, you shouldn't have been able to know about that people. Which means you must have heard that information from someone else. Attorney, that claim of yours has a very significant, deeper meaning. I'm aware. The defense believes Mr. Krogray was able to claim that he witnessed the scene of the crime because he received information about it from some third party. And if I consider every clue we've been given until now, can we know no one other than...
Who in blazes was this person? Who would have given the witness information that he could use to give false testimony?
Alright. Why are you trying to bail? It was you, Inspector Gregson, wasn't it?
Me?
What grounds do you make this frivolous claim? In this incident, we've only known the name Rupert Krogray for a few hours. After all, it only came to light during the trial.
It was an hour-long recess while we hastily prepared for another testimony. The bailiff went to the city's telegraph office and summoned this witness.
Before then, there's no way Mr. Krogray could have imagined that he would be brought to the witness stand before us.
Which means that at that point, he shouldn't have.
Right. I think it's safe to assume that he didn't know about the people. Then, when he took to the stand, he learned that he was accused of being the third intruder. That's when he was given information about the crime scene, all in order to give a self-serving false testimony? Exactly. And at the time, only one person involved in the investigation was available to him. That was Inspector Gregson.
What on earth? Why do you think I would leak information to this man? Besides, I was in the judge's chambers during the whole recess. Quite so. He was briefing me on the events that occurred in the pawn shop.
There you go. First time these two met face to face was when the trial restarted. It's inconceivable that they could have had a conversation while at the stand, but they did. Oh, hey, I just remembered something. What is it, Iris? Earlier, Gene Bean testified up there, yeah? Yeah, I remember. In order to collect Maguno's music box, the officer went to the crime scene. Oh, right. During that testimony, something caught my attention. Krogray and Inspector Gregson talking about something. It was very possible for Inspector Gregson to have been passing information at that time.
Ridiculous. I will not stand for your lies. Why would I, proud inspector of Scotland Yard, have any reason to do this? There was no reason for me to leak important classified information to someone like him.
True. There would be no reason for you to just freely give up information for nothing. But what if you had actually struck some kind of deal? Doesn't that make a little more sense? Deal, you say? It's simple. In return for information about the people, Mr. Krogray gave something to the inspector in return.
An inspector of the yard made a secret deal with a witness. If that's really true, it would be an inexcusable breach of trust.
typical. I suppose you Japanese are predisposed to accusing others of things they didn't do. What? No, we most definitely are not. You've tread too far down the path to hell now, Japanese boy. The Reaper will not grant you passage with mere baseless claims. Pay the fare with evidence. Evidence? What did the inspector stand to gain from a secret deal? Present proof of this deal that they struck. If Inspector Gregson really made a deal with Progray, there's only one thing I can think of he would ask for in return. Ryu, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah. This is what will finally tie everything together.
Court orders the defense to present evidence. What evidence shows what the inspector received in return for information?
I'm thinking it should be like the other disc that goes with the music box. Inspector Gregson, you're pursuing another important incident alongside this one, aren't you?
What's with this all of a sudden?
Let's talk about this secret pursuit a bit more. Would it be related to the incident that this newspaper is reporting? Classified information from the British Empire's telegrams have been leaked to the enemy nations.
Just why do you?
A short while ago, a music box that Magundo had pledged 2 months ago was discovered. It's a rather unique music box, made to play 2 discs at once. And it is possible that this secret information has been engraved on these 2 discs. So, in order to obtain a second disc in absolute secrecy, we made a deal with Mr. Progray and exchanged information on this case for the disc.
No more!
Order, order, order! On the day the crime occurred, you said this when I met you at the pawn shop. Scotland Yard
will be taking Kaze Magundo's possessions. Hand it over.
Don't you hand it, Naruto. That's mine.
Sorry, little girl. We have to take all of Magundo's belongings as evidence. Except for the coat.
Police already knew at the time, didn't they? Magundo was connected to that theft of information.
The duty given to me was to covertly retrieve the information stolen from the government's telegrams. It was high-profile, top-secret government information, so I couldn't let anyone know.
That is why, when I moved to present this as evidence, you strongly opposed my doing so. You knew that sensitive information was inscribed on this disc.
No, well, I didn't have any concrete proof, but I had at least considered the possibility that it held that information. Then, I don't believe it. In order to get that second disc, you gave the witness confidential information about the investigation? Aided in giving false testimony?
The fact that Mr. Progray knew about the existence of the people can only be explained if they had struck some kind of deal.
You damn filth! Ugh.
If we, for the moment, consider this ridiculous claim to be the truth, that would mean that this second disc currently resides within this courtroom. Wait a moment. This courtroom? How can you be so confident about that? Because Gregson here is an inspector of the yard. Huh?
Lord Benzies.
A genius inspector like him makes calm and calculated decisions, no matter the situation. You honestly believe he would accept a verbal contract as the fruits of a negotiation? There would be no exchange, should he not actually receive the item he was bargaining for.
Oh, that means he should have it on him at this very moment. The second disc is in his possession.
If we search Inspector Gregson, all will become clear. That's right. After all, the only time they could have made a deal was during Jean Bean's testimony. Toby hasn't left the stand since then. The defense requests the immediate search of his belongings.
How do you respond, Inspector? I believe this man's claim to be an insult to Scotland Yard. What? Don't let me clear up these baseless doubts. You can go ahead and search me.
You'll just let him? He's really consenting to the search? Exchange student, someone like you should understand this. We have no choice but to view this as a challenge against the entirety of Scotland Yard. If perchance, no disc is found during the search, trial would instantly be suspended on the question of your suitability as an attorney. What? The British government will no doubt issue a formal complaint against your country. A formal complaint?
A lone exchange student, blaspheming the name of our unparalleled Scotland Yard. Such an act would be something we could not possibly ignore.
You're all just trying to scare him. It should go without saying, that is the resolve you require to make such an indictment. Certainly, I can't imagine the inspector would make a deal with only a promise to walk away with. I must have already received a disc from Progray. Something is seriously bothering me.
Please give us your final answer, defense.
Yes, my lord.
Does the defense wish to formally request that Inspector Gregson's belongings be searched?
Either give up or search someone else. The defense requests a body search.
What in blazes?
Do as you wish. Truly, such obstinacy is a characteristic of the Japanese mindset. Soon, you shall come to realize the true outcome of your way of thinking.
Understood. I will neither run nor hide. Very well then. Bailiff, examine the inspector's belongings at once.
Inspector Gregson isn't the one I want searched.
What? Don't be foolish, boy. Isn't it me that you're trying to indict?
Actually, I have my eyes on someone else.
What are you on about? You're spouting nonsense. There's no reason to agree to such a senseless search.
Cut it out. Ryu is mustering up the resolve that you all keep going on about. First, we should respect that resolve, and then we should respond in good faith. That's the British Empire that I know.
Indeed, your words ring true. The court is willing to respond to the defense's resolve. No, please, my lord, you can't.
Assuming I haven't mistaken anything to this point, there's only one person who could possibly have the disc right now.
Who does the defense want body searched?
My initial thought was Progray, but maybe it was actually Holmes. Thinking is that maybe the inspector gave the disc to Holmes because he thought Holmes was a constable. So I'm going to attempt this. All right, that's whiff. Toby doesn't have the disc. That means that he must have hidden it somewhere, right? The witness stand is plainly visible to the whole courtroom. In a place like this, I can't imagine how you'd hide the disc without arousing suspicion. Of course, Only one place I can think of. Maybe it's in someone's pocket?
What? You have to say.
Assuming I haven't mistaken anything I've seen at this point, only one person who could possibly have the disc right now. Well, the other person would be, Nemi. Because he choked the shit out of Nemi. That person is Nemi Tin Pillar.
What?
You what? Me?
You?
Very well then. Bailiff, restrain that man and perform a thorough search of his person at once.
Mata!
My lord, please, I beg you to stop this.
Inspector Gregson?
Scotland Yard itself objects to the search.
Idiot!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objection won't stand.
What?
The only people permitted to raise objections in court are the prosecution and the defense.
But, Lord Van Zeeks,
Well, I don't know what higher power you're being held underfoot by. I have no intention of opposing the search.
Bailiff, please begin the search.
Oh, wait, hold your horses. I haven't the foggiest about this, honest. I don't know nothing about no disc. Get away from me! Ah! Inside the witness's jacket pocket. Why is this here?
Hey, that's...
It's another music box disc, is it?
What? How did that get in there?
That's the second disc left behind by Magundal. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Order, order, order in the court. What in the devil is going on?
What's going on? What the heck is going on here? I ain't got the foggiest what this thing is, bro. It's where my dead mom.
Now, hold on just a minute. Just what does this all mean? What does this all mean? As I recall, Inspector Gregson was the one who struck a deal with the witness, no?
I believe so.
And I don't understand. Why did this man have the disc that the inspector had confiscated?
Usually, Inspector Gregson is calm and composed. Just a little while ago, there was something unnatural about him.
What was it? Oh,
That moment was during Mr. Chogray's cross-examination. Mr. Chogray, when you left the shop, was the second disc in your pocket. Know that your accusations do not faze me. At that moment, Inspector Gregson started violently shaking Nemi. That's right, bro. I thought I could wave my neck goodbye. All I could think in that moment was, ugh, I wish I was Tilly right now. What exactly was going on at that point? How should I know? He just grabbed me by my neck and started shaking me like his laundry. It's something like, why didn't you mention the third gun? Or something, ain't it? The inspector started screaming right in my ear. You're still ringing even now, bro. That moment, Inspector Gregson wasn't the same cool, composed inspector that we know. And thinking about it, that was the only time it could have happened. It was the only time Inspector Gregson could have hidden the disc he was carrying.
what did you say? He hid the disc? But I simply don't understand. If the inspector's goal was to retrieve the disc, well, why would he hide it in someone else's pocket? This is a court of law. If he just submitted it as evidence,
I have a feeling that this wasn't an option, good inspector.
but why?
Before, he claimed that he was on a mission.
Duty given to me was to covertly retrieve the information stolen from the government's telegrams. It was high-profile, top-secret government information that couldn't let anyone know. Top secret?
What was stolen was a confidential telegram from the government of the British Empire. It seems submitting it to the court as evidence would have created a major scandal. Is that correct, Inspector Gregson?
I'm working under other orders from the government. I'm afraid I cannot answer that question.
In case of the extremely unlikely event that you were to be seized and searched, you hoped for a chance to hide the disc somewhere else.
Oh, then perhaps.
Inspector Gregson pretended to shake Nemi. He did this in order to hide the second disc.
He pretended? What is the meaning of this, Inspector Gregson? And you too, Mr. Crowgray.
You both confessed to taking part in some manner of deal. Confess? Who? You mean me? Mr. Crowgray? Let that Japanese over there think what he will. However, you have no evidence that I'm the one who gave the disc to the inspector. But you can't provide a reason why you knew about the peephole at the scene of the crime. I have no obligation to tell you anything. Huh? Certainly, I lied in my testimony. I'll admit that much, and I am prepared for the consequences. I'll say no more. Murder, government secrets, and a secret deal to boot. It's all the whimsical machinations of this Japanese boy's own imagination. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. What? Then, Inspector Gregson, what about you? You admit to making a deal with Rupert Crowgray?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as an inspector of Scotland Yard, I have little else to say. I've been operating under the Honorable Great British Empire in the pursuit of justice. Therefore, as representatives of the fine citizens of our empire, I wish to request that you pass an honorable verdict. This is quite a difficult situation. It's rare that the trial reaches such a standstill just before the end. This time, there truly is no more evidence to deliberate over, and I must request our 6 jurors pass a final verdict. The words of one who has devoted his life to protecting his country carry a great weight.
I believe in the inspector. He has the eyes of a faithful servant. No matter how much I cross my eyes now, I can't see anything stereoscopically anymore.
As a professional myself, I want to believe in his words.
Mr. Crowgray, truly incredible. Oh, if only I could be just like him.
That inspector has eyes I can trust. This is all I know.
It's bad. All 6 jurors, they all trust Inspector Gregson. They hand down a verdict now. And Jean Bean will be declared guilty, won't she? If we can't present some kind of decisive evidence now, then it's all over. We need evidence to force Crowgray to confess to murder and robbery. Or evidence to force Inspector Gregson to confess to making some kind of deal.
Well then, what does the defense have to say? You wish for the jury to hand down their verdict. Or has the defense prepared evidence that they wish to submit?
If I ask the jury to hand down their verdict, Jean is all but guaranteed to be declared guilty. Then there's only one thing we can do. We've got to hit them with some evidence. This is the big moment. What I say now will determine everything. Crowgray or Inspector Gregson? Who should I show my jury to?
God.
Let me show this. seems so stupid. The other thought I had would be like if you could like force the court to play the music box with both discs in. Because the inspector wouldn't want that either. But why would the court allow us to do that, I guess? Progray. We don't really have anything to use against them, do we? Inspector Gregson, there's one last piece of evidence I want you to look at.
Eh?
You won't admit to your deal with Krogray. Maybe we'll just have to inspect a certain piece of evidence very thoroughly.
What are you playing at?
This is the home stretch. I need to present something here and now. Something to force the inspector to admit to existence of their deal. Something to force the inspector to admit to the existence of their deal. I really want to present this like so bad. That's why I will.
What is this supposed to be?
This is the decisive evidence that proves that these two made an unlawful deal. Or perhaps, it is decisive evidence that proves that exchange student to be an unlawful barrister.
It takes bravery to present incomprehensible evidence at this point in the trial. The defense is awarded a severe penalty.
The deal between those two happened at the very last minute on that witness stand. Of course, no indication that they actually trust each other. Murder and stealing information from the government are serious crimes, right? Right. Both are about the most serious crimes you can commit. He really knows that too, so he's definitely not going to confess. On the other hand, we also have Inspector Gregson. As a police officer, he's keeping his mouth shut as part of his so-called mission. I wonder, this mission won't let him talk. What if we force his mouth open? I think that should be our own mission. Inspector Gregson's mission?
It would appear that all the jurors have expressed their own conclusions. Once and for all, we have finally arrived at the end of this trial.
The home stretch.
I need to present something.
Fox? Yeah, it was Music Fox.
Is this Mr. Magundo's music box?
There's already one disc set inside that music box. I want to listen to the sound it makes one more time. But this time, I want to insert the newly discovered second disc as well.
You mean this disc? No, you can't. Hold it. I cannot allow you to do that.
Why not?
Because you see, it has no bearing on this case at all. I swear.
You're wrong.
How dare you?
Earlier, the defense made the following assertion. The sound that was played from this music box was part of a transmission in Morse code. Morse code is comprised of two sets of sounds. There's a chance that this disc contains the second set of sound. It's our duty to find out for sure.
But remember, we're dealing with top secret information from the British government. If we happen to make that information public, it would be tantamount to treason.
It sounds like you'd better admit the truth then. Admit that you made an illicit deal in hopes of protecting this confidential information.
Why? Well, if you do plan to leak top secret information here, you'll be making a very powerful enemy. You face the might of the British government.
You, being an inspector, knowingly leaked information to the witness. You even resort to lies in order to carry out your mission. Why should I have to pull any punches?
Are you mad?
I'm prepared to make any enemies I have to, or to protect my client. My lord, I have a request. Please let us listen to the music box right away.
Lord Van Zeeks, I'm begging you. You've got to stop this madness.
Inspector, I thought you would understand my way of doing things by now. I am a prosecutor. I am no mere pawn of the police force.
What?
So long as I stand here, I will stop at nothing in order to find the truth.
Confound it! I can sympathize with each of your positions. Now, with respect to the defense's request, we shall once again listen to the sound generated by this music box. What in the world will happen when we insert both discs and play them simultaneously?
Oh. There's no doubt anymore. It's Morse code.
Okay, fine, I get it. It's all true. But please, turn it off!
Inspector Gregson, let's make this absolutely clear. You made a deal with this witness, yes?
In exchange for this disc, you gave him information on the crime scene. Specifically, you told him about the people next door to the door. I deny nothing.
Hey, hold on. What do you think you're doing?
All that Japanese boy's assertions, they're all correct. When the trial resumed, this man stood next to me at the witness stand. Then, he turned to me and offered me a deal. Shut up. Shut up!
Pardon me, sir. You must be the inspector I met at the pawn shop, are you not? See, I am currently in possession of that which you seek. What do you say? Are you willing to make a deal? If you refuse, this information may end up being revealed to the world.
No matter the cost, I couldn't bear to let that stolen information be leaked. Thus, I agreed to his deal and gave him the information he needed. I revealed to him the existence of the people, the blood on the coat.
This witness tried to falsify testimony, all to frame my client for the crime. Inspector Gregson, you knew this, yet you still told him about the people.
Indeed, I did. Who knew that the people was made after the crime? Even as the lead inspector for this case, I had no idea.
What do you have to say for yourself, Rupert Crogray? There's nothing left for you to hide behind. You made a deal with Inspector Gregson to escape punishment for your crimes. This can lead us to only one conclusion. I haven't seen it for a while, so just in case. You, Rupert Crogray, the third intruder at the crime scene. You are the murderer. You killed Hatch.
God. Burn in hell, traitor!
Oh God.
Bailiff, hurry and restrain that man. Quickly now.
That's it. It's all over. Death would have been preferable to another day in the slums. We're at the absolute bottom of the ladder. I cursed the day I was born to a tradesman. My parents did nothing but argue every single day. I'd never even seen money before. I resolved myself to study as hard as I could, also I could escape from that life.
Dad, you became a telegraphist. You made a commendable effort.
But despite that, you stole state secrets and tried to sell them. What on earth drove you to do such a thing? Isn't it obvious? I just wanted money. Even now, I wake up in the middle of the night, plagued by dreams of the slums. I wanted so much money that I would never have to worry about those nightmares again. That was when I met him. When I met that wretched man, Cosne Magundo. I could turn your skills into unimaginable profit. Trust in my plan. Together, we will have untold riches. Magundo promised me a great sum of money in exchange for stolen confidential telegrams. As the one in charge of routinely checking the ministry's telegram, it was child's play. You gave to the devil whispering in your ear.
Stealing the government's classified information, no doubt a very serious crime.
I knew that. I took so many precautions in hopes that the deals would go smoothly. That's why you resort to using a music box, I suppose. My father was a bricklayer. He divorced my mother when I was young. Order Milverton. My father was skilled with his hands, and he had once been the apprentice of a music box maker. It's no great feat to make a music box that only plays Morse code. That in mind, I visited the high street in search of my father. And then, for the first time in 10 years, we were reunited.
Look at you, Rupert. You become such a fine gentleman. I almost didn't recognize you.
He was nothing like the man I knew. He just seemed to be just a frail old man. No matter how desperate he was, father would never break the law. If I told him the truth, he most likely would not assist me. But I told him, I have something to ask of you. Would you be able to make a music box disc?
Music box disc?
I have a friend that composed some songs and I want to sell at a pub. I have 2 scores here ready to transfer onto the discs.
Okay, I'll do it. No warning though. In 20 whole years. The tools I need to make them are still up in the loft. Give me a moment.
That was how classified information was encrypted and embedded onto 2 discs. We divided the information. I was certainly cautious. It was also a means to protect myself. Trades with Magundo were to split into 2 transactions. The first transaction, I would give him 1 of the discs, the music box to play them. For this, I would receive 10 guineas. Second transaction was where we would trade the other disc 1,000 guineas. The murder on the omnibus happened during the latter transaction? Yes. I sold him the information according to the plan we agreed on. It seems he became uncomfortable over the price.
Oliver, there's something I find rather strange. The one killed 2 months ago is not you, but your father, Mr. Mortimer Milverton.
When I received 1,000 guineas after our first series of trades, I gave my father 200 as a sign of appreciation. But he was sharper than I had thought. He appeared to have realized that these transactions weren't lawful.
Let me help you out with your next trade. You won't let me. Can't accept any more of your money.
My father, it seemed to be the most logical course of action. I will board that coach, exchange the second disc with Magundo for the money. My father never learned just what was on those discs. It's impossible now for me to ever know what truly happened in that night, but my father had that disc stolen from him, and he never returned home again. At that moment, I was made painfully aware of Magundo's true nature. For the first time in 10 years, I finally uttered my father's name again. Then
I swore to take revenge. Revenge? I'm sure anyone who knew Magundo could have imagined what would happen. He exploited his assets in order to break the law and influence this trial. Ultimately, he destroyed the integrity of that trial. Forging evidence, tampering with our crime scene, bribing witnesses to commit perjury. Causing Magundo's trial is nothing more than paid-off deception. That day, just arrived in London. I was dragged into that trial with no idea of his true nature. I had plenty of money saved up from all of our dealings. 2 months ago, I used all that to hire certain men. Many Londoners stop at nothing for money. I learned that from Magundo himself. No way. Mr. Crogray, you mean you? Yes. I suppose you've guessed the truth. The moment he was acquitted through his unlawful bribes, I ended the devil's life with my own hands. The accident 2 months ago was planned and carried out by yours truly. So the one that murdered Magundo 2 months ago. This man. Operations are complete. But please move the report. Oh? This is much earlier than I was led to believe. Very sorry. Plans have changed somewhat. Well, you heard the man. I must excuse myself now. I will be stuck inside expecting the crime scene for a while yet. It seems that the omnibus will have to undergo another investigation, given the circumstances. They said that they want me to be present for it, if at all possible. So that bailiff back then was... Yes, I bought out the real bailiff and swapped it with a fake. Magundo twisted the trial with his money. He bought and used someone to plant that fake evidence in the omnibus. Then, he threatened a witness, forcing her to give falsified testimony. I did the same thing to him. I covered that omnibus in kerosene. I used fake bailiffs to send Magundo to the depths of hell, where he belongs. The end. That is how I avenged my father's death. How terrifying. However, in all truth, there was one more thing that was bothering me. What? Of course, I am referring to the second disc, which my father took. Indeed. Trial 2 months ago, there was absolutely no mention of its existence. In other words, that disc disappeared from the scene of the crime. Something came to mind at the time. I suddenly thought of the first time I had dealt with Magundo. Here's the first disc in the music box to play it. I see. What a cautious method. In any case, here's your 10 guineas. Promised. What is this? That's just pawnbrokers. Pledge ticket for pawnbrokers. They're awfully handy little shops. There's no need to name yourself. Just show the pledge ticket and say the password. And pledge the jewel there. Result, you will receive 10 guineas. Interesting use of pawn shops. I would have never thought of that. Are you perhaps not aware, Master Crogray? The city folk, London's pawnbrokers are the most trustworthy of safe deposit boxes. He had hidden my father's stolen disc on the spur of the moment. I realized there was no doubt it would be in that pawnbroker. On that night, Magundo must have entrusted his pledge ticket to someone. It's Gina Lestrade. Now that I think of it, when I first met you in that pawn shop 2 days ago, you had a description of the defendant, didn't you? How did you know about her? At that trial, there was a pickpocket who was clearly telling fabricated testimony. It was obvious to me that she had been threatened by Magundo to do his bidding. Thus, it was very likely that she had the pledge ticket. I found out all I could about her,
just to be safe. I thought she may appear in the pawnbrokers on the last day to redeem the pledge. And, just as he predicted, Ina showed up. And that is what happened. I'm glad that I at least managed to pin down the location of the pledges. However, only the coat and the disc in its pocket were on the ticket. The important small box and the other disc inside of it were not part of that pledge. The small box had already been surrendered 2 days prior. If only I had known that, then I would have had no reason to break in.
On the other hand, while we were proceeding with the investigation into the stolen intel, we discovered that Kazi Magunda was involved.
Inspector Gregson. It's good he's still standing.
We had to get that information back before it became publicized at all costs. We searched all of his belongings in order to pin it down as soon as we could. We at the yard started an urgent investigation.
When the inspector took the disc from me that day, I grew afraid. There's still a second disc and the music box inside that pawn shop. I had to get them back before the police got there first. That was my motive. That's why you broke into Hatch's shop on that night. Alongside your old friends, the Tin Pillar Men. What happened that night can be called nothing short of a nightmare. While Nemi and Tully were rummaging through the counter, I searched the shelves of surrendered pledges, and I found the music box I gave to Magundal. Inside it was a second music box disc. As I placed it in my pocket, a wave of relief washed over me. But then, something happened I could never have expected.
Who are you fiends?
A gunshot rang out through the shop, and I felt a sudden intense pain in my arm. The bullet that hit that hatch shot went through your arm. Yes, you are correct. And then, unfortunately, in my hand, I held my pistol that I had taken with me, just in case. Before I knew what I was doing, I'd reflexively fired a shot. I had never intended to actually aim at the fleeing shopkeeper, nor did I plan to kill him. But Lady Luck clearly had enough of me, and that bullet hit. Passed straight through the man's back as he ran through the door into the storeroom.
A frightening turn of events.
All it took was a single moment. I'm sure the Tin Pillars left without even the foggiest idea of what had actually happened. I was frightened, and I ran from the shop. That is everything that happened in the pawnbrokers that night. You called Maguno the devil. He used his financial power to twist the truth and run from his crime of murder. However, what you did was no different. He who fights with monsters should see to it that he does not come one in the process. And yet, that is exactly what I did.
It has been quite a long trial. You got it, Judge. We have finally made the truth clear. Inspector Gregson, what is Rupert Crowgray's current status? He is currently in custody, being taken down to the yard. He is under suspicion of pawnbroker Hatch's murder, and of leaking sensitive government information. Understood. Furthermore, Inspector, you will surely have to answer for your crimes as well. choice, my lord.
In the end, you aided the culprit in attempting to escape his crime. Even if you did to carry out a far greater duty, it was an unforgivable obstruction of justice.
Defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah?
The court will now announce its final verdict. Is that acceptable, Foreman? Yes, my lord. The Brigadier platoon is ready, once and for all. We have, without a doubt, reached a single verdict.
Understood. Now, members of the jury, announce your verdict before this court.
無罪
無罪
無罪無罪
無罪
無罪
Yes! Sentient Gina begins now! We finally did it, Ryu. Ugh. Thought we were done for more than once there. Ryu, you're the greatest attorney in the world.
Defendant, you still have much to answer for.
What's with the grim look?
Before you earn your freedom, you'll still be charged with your other crimes.
You what?
First and foremost, your false testimony at the trial 2 months ago. Second, your unlawful entry into Hatchet's pawn shop. And finally, your attempt to claim Magundo's belongings as your own.
What? I didn't do any of that. You're having a laugh. You wore that coat yesterday with a smile on your face, you little rascal. Looks like we can't have her over for dinner tonight.
I must say, however, ever in my deepest dreams, I have imagined that Morse code will be carved onto a music box.
Indeed, it was a splendid attempt to utilize our blind spot. Oh, that does remind me. Our Japanese boy leaked that Morse code for all to hear in this court, right in this courtroom, no? You have my sincerest apologies. It was all I could do in order to get Inspector Gregson to confess. May I perhaps have a word about that? Was that? Regarding the sounds played by the music box, I do wonder if that was actually Morse code.
What do you mean, Juror 5?
Well, you must know, I'm an absolute Morse code fanatic. The world reveals itself to me in the magical sounds of dits and das.
Sounds to me like you need new spectacles.
I can personally confirm that what we heard earlier was only a meaningless string of noises.
What? What? There's no way.
Those sounds weren't Morse code? Sorry. Can we listen one more time?
Don't be absurd. There are government secrets on this.
This courtroom is not the place to discuss the government's dispatch telegrams. Those men plan to use encoded discs to trade with enemy countries. As long as we have a confession of that culprit, no more is required of us. Rat. I was really curious.
Defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah?
I must say, you truly did draw a bad lot in this incident. You were thrust into a world full of forgery, bribery, and perjury. Those are evils I would never wish to have to show to a child.
I see it every day down in the slums.
Really?
It's normal for the weak to get the short straw. Gina. But I think I understand now. If I want this cruel world to change, I have to start by changing myself.
I see. Your heart is in the right place. I expect a great change for you in the near future. Now, in the case of the pawnbroker Hatch's murder, I will now deliver the final verdict for the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
We did it. Finally. Why are you allowed to have that and shoot that in court?
And with that, the court is now adjourned.
Can we have a drink?
Personally, I must say I'm rather shocked, Japanese boy. Sir, though you are Japanese, you managed to see through the deceptions of our nation. You did this while defending another from our country, trusting and fighting until the end. It was a strange spectacle to play a part in. I don't think it was strange at all. Whether you're from the Great British Empire or the Japanese Empire, the fact that we're all human remains the same. There's one sole reason I returned to this court. It was so I could once again cross blades with you. Really? When I first encountered you at that trial 2 months ago, I was forced to remember. I remembered the Japanese man who gained my utmost trust, only to betray me. Which side of him was the true him? I wanted to try to understand that man through you.
That's ridiculous. Like, oh, well, all Japanese people are the same, I guess. Let me just play around with another Japanese person, understand what the first guy did.
You mentioned that before, that a Japanese man had betrayed you. What happened to you? I have faith. I am free to learn will come. Second game. Understand? Spoilers, there's a second game. I left this court 5 years ago, bearing the title of the Grim Reaper. I will have to ponder what our meeting in court means for me.
Yes, there's a second game. It's currently being translated by Scarlet Study. Same people doing this.
Till we come face to face again, Japanese attorney.
I've heard the second game is more difficult than this game. This game was quite easy, but this game also had to like reintroduce all the characters and stuff. So. Yeah, but I heard the second game is better, or I don't know. I heard it's cooler.
Now, all finally over. Huh. I don't see Iris around. Oh. Congratulations, Gina. I knew I was right to believe in you. I knew you weren't guilty. You really believed in me till the bitter end. You're so weird. Of course I did. How many times did I tell you that I would? This is the first time anyone's ever kept a promise to me. You know, I've kind of realized something now. All my life has been back alleys, never giving anyone an ounce of trust. That was because I was so afraid that they all betray me. The more you trust someone, the more unbearable it is when they hurt you. I think I know how you feel. That's how I felt during the trial 2 months ago. The man I trusted betrayed me. I felt like my heart had been ripped in half. But I realized something too. Putting your trust in someone else all starts in yourself. There's honestly no greater joy than when you realize you were right to trust them all along. I was able to remember that because of you. Really? I don't know why you think so. I'm glad I chose to trust you, Gina. Knock it off already. But I might have been thinking about it a little too. You know, that maybe it wouldn't be bad to trust someone for once. You know. The way I see it, Naruhodo, an attorney's worth is measured by the belief he has in his client, along with how much he can believe in himself. Maybe your words are trying to get through to me. Just say it, because I haven't seen it for a while. If there's like if there's an anime cutscene, I might get owned. Sogi. Maybe I'm finally trying to live up to the attorney you thought I could be. Excuse me. How long are you two going to keep pretending that I'm not here? Oh, is that... Don't you be giving me that, Master Naruhodo. Do you have any idea how long I've been standing here in the corner, holding my breath? I was ready to jump out and scream, ha ha ha, it's me, children. You just had to go and mess that all up. Oh, look, it's Holmes. Ha ha, it's me, children. God damn it. Weren't you supposed to be at the hospital? Indeed, and I was. But I've broken my chains once again. Huh? Let's just say that I know 2 or 3 of the good director's weaknesses. He and I had a little chat. He was more than happy to give me permission to leave. That's going a bit too far. Ah, who cares? Anyway, good work out there today, Master Naruhodo. You really fought tooth and nail. Let me, as a friend, be the first to congratulate you. Oh, thank you. Huh. Great detective. More like the deadweight detective. Damn! What's that supposed to mean? We were in a bright spot of trouble, you know, but you just kept snoring in bed. Well, I suppose that shot did make me lose a fair bit of blood. Forgive me if I'm a little less lively than usual. Like my finger. Cold as a corpse, isn't it? Feel free to stop poking my neck, Mr. Holmes. Anyway, I guess I should congratulate you, too. Jeez, you really sound like you mean it. I don't mean to scare you when I say this, but I have to wonder what happens next, now that you've escaped the Grim Reaper's guilty verdict. It really sounds like you're trying to scare her, though. Oh, that guy? The one that supposedly brings death to anyone who gets a not guilty verdict against them? Yeah, that's the one. You know what happened to you, good old Bagundo. Not that I especially care for the rumors, anyway. Well, I ain't bothered by him either. Not even a tiny bit. Oh. Because the Grim Reaper is supposed to be a god, right? Well, maybe. Some religions probably have gods like that. A god would judge fairly, right? Blokes like Magundo do awful things, and then are never punished for it. Maybe that's what this is really all about. The blokes just reaping the meanies. You know, maybe right. But of course, always wrong to take someone else's life, no matter who you are. I'm not like them. That's why I gotta keep moving forward with my life. No looking back. Good. It wouldn't be you otherwise, Gina. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, right. I forgot I hadn't actually said it yet. I'm glad to see that your innocence has been proven. Congratulations, Miss Gina. I truly mean it. But... Hey, Holmesy, when did you get here? Jeez, I even went all the way to the hospital to wait for you. Hey there, Iris. Sorry about that. Look at a load of these two. You're not gonna believe this, trust me. Huh? What's the problem? I disguised myself as a bailiff and sneaked in, right? Imagine my shock when they didn't even bother to recognize me. Isn't that just awful, Iris? Well, it's not really their fault. Huh? Holmesy, you don't have anywhere near as much presence as you think. You'd better keep that in mind if you don't want to get yourself into bother later. Okay, I will. It's sad to watch. But it's really a shame, huh?
I was hoping we'd get to celebrate your victory tonight, Gina. But you won't be able to come, will you? Right. I don't think I'll be coming back for a while. I've done me fair share of crimes, you know. Gotta make up for that now. Let's see. Just breaking in, trying to take that guy's pledge. Not forget the whole pickpocket thing. Ain't a crime you did. It's me job. Got me a certificate and all. No issues there. Now she's just lying. Maybe I should quit me job. Being in court made me think that maybe pickpocketing ain't right. That's probably why you became an attorney. I was never a pickpocket to begin with, Gina. I'm gonna change, I swear it. Then, I'm gonna make a place where all the back alley kids can live normal lives. Wow, I bet you can do it, Gina. Eh. What's that chuckling for? Nothing. Sorry.
Gina Lestrade. Prison carriages waiting in the back. Get ready to leave immediately.
Oh. I guess I'm off, everyone. Right. Take care, Gina. Naru Oda? Yeah?
Ah! Why did you do that?
Ugh. I haven't a clue. Times like these, I just don't know what to say. Perhaps the words you're seeking for are words that you've never spoken before. What? Times like these, I recommend saying thank you. Huh? Yep. He's right, Gina. Alright. She took her hat off. Thank you, Naruhodo. Aw. For trusting me through all this. No. I should be the one thanking you. So, thank you, Gina. There she goes. My, what a lively little pickpocket. Oh, so guys, I bought the latest newspaper at a shop nearby. It's a special edition. Today's trial's all over it. Huge turnabout in today's trial. The girl is innocent. Take a look. You should have shown us this before Gina left. Sorry, I forgot. Oh, one more thing. I've got good news and bad news for you. Again? For you, Holmesy? Which do you two want to hear first? Oh, well, I guess I'll go with the bad news first. I won't listen to anything but good news. Wow. Even here, your answers really show the difference between you two. Leave me alone, please. Well, I'll just start with the good news this time. The rain finally stopped. That was a record-breaking deluge of a storm. Good. We won't have to get drenched on our way home. And what's the bad news? The sea is especially rough today, due to the rain. Things are so rough at the port of Dover that all ships have been delayed by at least half a day. Huh? Port of Dover? You got it. If we run for London Station right now, maybe we can say goodbye to Susie before she leaves. But there's no way we could catch a train to the port of Dover right now. Who exactly do you think I am, Master Naruhodo? Mr. Holmes? I've already exchanged for a special limited express from London down to Dover. If we go full speed ahead the whole way, we should be able to make it in time for dinner. I happen to know an inn that serves delicious paella with sole. Wow. The great detective really has a lot of influence. You've got that right. Let's just say that I know 2 or 3 of the railroad company's secrets. Uh-oh. Huh? All it takes is a little chat, and then they give me top-of-the-line service. Blackmail intensified. I wouldn't exactly advise you to keep using such methods to get your way. Alrighty. Off to London Station we go. So much blackmail in this series. Incredible amount of blackmail. No, I should have saved. I should have saved. But like, the screen capture gets it, but my program does not. So let me restart my phone again. Actually, let me see if I can just restart the sightseeing. This case has been quite turbulent. All right. Work, or do I have to restart my phone? Looks like I have to restart my phone. Oh, cool. All right. This phone screen. One doesn't work. Okay. Restarting the phone. Luckily, it doesn't take too long to restart the phone, but it's all these technical issues. I scrolled at the text again. All right. Still restarting. I probably don't need to. I think plug in the USB cable. All right. Oh, gonna be loud again. Gotta mute. It is ridiculously loud. If I don't change the volume immediately. Okay. Continue. This one. Yay! Things are happening. Can I fast forward this? I can. It's marked as saved for some reason. I actually have no. I don't understand quite when it saves red text. Probably show the screen, huh? That'd probably be important. I mean, it's not really that important yet, but it will be important. Not where crashed that, but just in case. Newspaper is brought up. Alright. Off to the station we go. It took a tad longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat is probably leaving soon. It's 5 a.m. They spent like, I mean, Susie has been on the boat for like a whole day. Or yeah, Susato. Susato. She's not on the boat. Oh. Oh, she's over there. Looks like she's reading a book.
Matta!
Whoa, Susato. What are you doing? Naruto, why are you here? We came as fast as we could after the trial ended. I heard that your ship had been delayed due to the rain earlier, so... Oh, I see. Oh, but what about Gina? She's fine. We won the trial. I'm so glad. That's absolutely wonderful news. What's that book you were about to throw into the sea? Is it the British Empire's Code of Law? So you saw that. I have no right to have anything to do with law. I decided perhaps it was time to say my final farewell to it. Trying to leave law behind? Susato, of all people? Perhaps... Would this perhaps have to do with that people of yours, Susato? I tampered with the scene of the crime, and I even tried to conceal that fact. The law doesn't take such a act lightly. Now that you mention it, how did you even get your hands on this? The night that horrible incident occurred, we'd invited Gina to dine with us. Yeah, that was great fun. After our meal, Gina gave us a bit of a lesson. She taught us the basics of pickpocketing. She did. That's how I managed to swipe Ryu's armband. Please consider avoiding that in the future. This is really important to me. Hey, you didn't even realize it was gone. In a bit of mischief, I decided to slip this into my sleeve. How? Oh. Then, I took it with me to Hatch's pawnbrokers by accident. It was an accident? Then... Hey! Mr. Holmes! Help! He's been shot. Forget about me, Mr. Naruto. Master Naruto. Okay. After you left, Naruto, I couldn't help but be curious about the door. Or the storeroom? I realized that if Gina was present, it must be inside the storeroom. Then I suddenly remembered the device I had up my sleeve. I was so worried about Gina that I just had to check. That's why you made the peephole. That peephole ended up in a pretty clear photo. All thanks to Holmes' automatic crime recording device. Indeed, that turned out to be very important. When was the peephole made? The answer to that question would become a powerful tool. You realized that there was a necessity to leave a way to prove it. And on the other side of the door was a scene even more frightening than I could have imagined. It was then that I suddenly remembered. I recalled the trial for 2 months ago, Cosme Magundo's trial. The criminal tampered with the crime scene, forced witnesses to tell falsified testimony. Back then, I felt as if I had been forced to see the darkness of British law. But then, I thought of something awful. What if some sinister man had done the same thing this time as well? Instead of the crime scene, anyone would guess that Gina had shot Hatch. But I know that Gina would never shoot anyone. The culprit could try to frame Gina. Yes, when I thought of that, I realized... Did these circumstances not make it difficult to fabricate testimony? What? The murder happened on the other side of a door into a locked room. To create false eyewitness testimony, we need some kind of peephole. Oh. And it was precisely that peephole carved into the door that was perfect for the job. Of course, a peephole had been made after the murder. If the culprit knew that, its usefulness would be lost. But you knew that it might work as a serviceable trap, yes? Trap? That's what the peephole was for? And that's why you kept the peephole a secret? Even from the police? I was well aware that what I was doing was a crime, and I trusted the knowledge of my crime to Mr. Holmes alone. Should Naruhodo become cornered with no escape, at the 11th hour, may be what he needs to cause a great turnabout. I suppose I was right. Susato really thought that far ahead? But then, why didn't you just tell me all this? Oh, come now, Master Naruhodo. If you knew that much, you'd be deemed an accomplice to her crime. Huh? If it was revealed that you willingly tampered with the scene, you may have been dismissed. That's why Miss Susato kept this secret so closely held. Master Naruhodo, she did this to protect both you and Miss Gina. Susato. For one mere moment, I began to doubt the law. What? Those who are just may still find themselves unjustly punished. The moment I came to this realization, I became a failure of a legal assistant. Susato, you're nothing like Magundo or Krogre. Krogre was the one who used that peephole to lie to the court. And if it weren't for the contradiction caused by that peephole, Gina might have been ruled guilty at the trial. Susato, you saved Gina's life. That sentiment means more to me than you could ever know. Really, it's wonderful that Miss Gina was ruled not guilty. Yeah, but there's still so many questions I have that have been left unanswered. But I can't believe that you deduced that those discs had telegram information on them. It's truly an incredible feat, Naruhodo. I doubt I could have done the same. Well, we don't even have the full story behind that either. Really? There was actually a telegraphist in the jury, but she said that most of the transmission was just meaningless noise. You realize that this was top secret information. It was likely encrypted as a failsafe, just in case it was stolen. Encrypted? This is starting to sound like a nightmare to decode. I'm sure someone with too much time on their hands will come to find the answer. A. So... E. What was that? Maybe not. I've never heard of such a weird word before. Iris, please repeat what you just said. Huh? Oh, it was asogi. Do you think it means something? It doesn't just mean something.
Asogi is the name of my best friend. What? Iris, why on earth do you know that name? I just noted some of the code that was played in court earlier. She only heard it once. This girl is really a force to be reckoned with. I thought it might be encoded, but I tried all sorts of things. I just can't seem to make any meaningful words. At least, when looking at it from an English point of view. Oh. And then I remembered, English isn't the only variant of Morse code. Every country in the world has its own version of Morse code. What? Then, is this... I've only seen the Japanese Empire's code chart once, so... I think you could call it... the Iroha code? And the telegram says Asogi? Yeah, probably. Not that I remember the whole thing. Iris, may I see that for a moment? Susato, do you understand Japanese Morse code? Of course, I studied it. I believe it will be vital for worldwide communications in the coming era. If you'd asked me, learning the English variant was probably the better idea. Anyway, Iris, please let me see that code. Okay. What on earth does it mean? Your gaze danced across the seemingly meaningless lines of Morse code. Susato's face gradually lost its color. This does certainly appear to be Japanese Morse code. Does that mean the British Empire is sending telegrams in Japanese? I can't say I know yet. But there are 4 sets of character combinations here. That seem to be names. 4 names? First is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. That's his name here though. Second one is A Sashin. Sashin. I don't think I've heard that name before. Third is T. Gregson. Gregson? Most probably Tobias Gregson, a famed inspector himself. Why is that inspector's name coming up in a classified telegram? And the last... What's wrong, Susato? Nothing. It's just a surprising name. What? Who is it? Who? Hurry up and tell us, Susie. Us. The last name is J. Watson. Oh. What? Watson? Johnny's Watson. That's my daddy's name. All that's written is J. Watson, so we can't be entirely sure. After the 4 names, the above 4, that's where Iris's memo stops. Still can't believe it. That disc really had Japanese Morse code. And then we have those 4 mysterious names. It seems that these classified telegrams are part of a correspondence between the British and Japanese empires. Then maybe my daddy came from Japan. But maybe it's just too good to be true. There are loads of J's and Watsons all over the world after all. Master of Yume University's Department of Medicine, Dr. John H. Watson. There's no way I can tell her what I know right now. We may have solved today's mystery, but it feels as though I've seen the entrance of a dark abyss. Maybe the darkness within that abyss isn't meant to be seen by our eyes. Honk. It seems the ship is about to depart. Yeah. After I board the steamship, I'll be on my way to France's port of Dunkirk. From there, I will board a large passenger ship back to Japan. Susie, you're really leaving us? Safe travels, Miss Susato.
Thank you. Please, everyone, take care of yourselves. Susato, I wish you could have stayed here with me, so we could stand in court together. Naruhodo, someday, please, come back. Me. You're the best legal assistant in the world, Susato. Okay. Yes, of course. I will definitely return. You mean it, Susie? I still haven't fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. What promise? About that manuscript, remember? Oh. Down to the basket those. We'll be waiting for you, Susie. We promise. Of course, Iris. Naruhodo? What is this, Susato? I'm saving. Yeah? Do you remember when we first met? Of course I do. How could I forget? When those sailors yanked me out of the SS Alclair's wardrobe. You Susato tossed me to the other side of the room. Oh, come on. I mean, what came after that? After we solved that mystery together, I became oddly confident about something. I just knew that you'd be the one. Carry on Kazuma's will. Susato. My intuition wasn't mistaken. I'm sure... No, I swear. One day, I'll be back. Please, take care. Oh, good God. Anime works.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする僕は弁護士になって異国の町で名探偵と出会ったこれからもきっとさまざまな困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろうでもどんな危機だって大逆転できるそんな気がするだって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから
I'm going to save. In case there's another cutscene. Hey, don't do this game. Don't say Investigation 5. Oh, one more thing, Master Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Holmes? That's some pretty bad news for you. The railroad company is suing for that little trifle with the emergency train. Huh? You went too far. All the other trains got held up at the station. Oh well, we wouldn't have made it in time otherwise. I told them it was all on you, you see. Huh? What? You'll probably be served with a formal complaint by them by tomorrow. But I'm sure you'll be fine. There's a certain tidbit from Miss Susato. She said you loved defending herself for you. Huh? What? Huh? Don't worry, I'll testify before you in court. I never thought he was the kind of person to do something so awful. Your testimony, right? Holmes? Oh, yes? It's just a certain word I want to say. By all means, go ahead. Scream it from the depths of your very being. Ooh, love it when you say it. Go, Ryu. Alright, get ready for this. opening theme. Oh, it was a pretty fun game. It definitely was a bit on the easy side, and they left so many things open for the sequel. So it feels a little unresolved. Also, I dropped like 1 billion frames. Thanks. As I was saying, it seemed a little easy, and it left a lot open for the sequel. But I enjoyed it a lot. The animations are really, really good. I love the animations. The gameplay mechanics, I actually like the new game mechanics too. The great deductions and the closing arguments. They were a good way to add like variety to the gameplay. So I enjoyed those. And I definitely like the whole fact that the game basically is just starting over with all the characters, right? But yeah. Whenever the second game gets translated by Scarlet Study, I'll play that. By the way, shoutouts to Scarlet Study for translating this at all, and making it playable on Android and 3DS. They're super cool. Otherwise, this game would be still Japanese only forever. Some of the characters are fun. I feel like some of the characters got really annoying. I think Case 4 kind of. Oh, was it really annoying? But so in Case 4, you remember is this guy Sosaki's case, I think. We saw the dude who lived on the first floor once, and then never again. I thought that was so weird. They had like an entire model for him, and then we never saw him ever again. Like I was so sure he would show up again, but I don't think he did. I think my favorite case was... I actually like Case 2 a lot. It was very personal, obviously, in many more ways than one. And it was like not in a courtroom. Yeah, it was in every Ace Attorney game. It's just like everything, all the characters reacting to you after. Characters like, well, here's what I've been doing, or I haven't seen that lawyer for a while. He's gonna be his own maid. I don't know why, but he's gonna be his own maid. He's gonna be the maid for the building. I hated these two. After this ending, I'm gonna quickly show the translation notes. It's not too long, but the translation is fun to read through. And you'll get the translations for some of the terms that Gina used. He's in jail too. Oh, there it is. It stands together. I was waiting for that. The music in this game is, of course, fantastic. Enhance. We're getting elbowed by Holmes there. Where's the cats there? I kind of like the mascot of this series, miniseries. I don't know what you call it. More credits. You're the voice actor. I know Scarlet Study is working on getting some of their own voice actors to do the like objection voices and stuff. I'm sure they'll do a good job. I guess. Oh. Okay. I guess I could check. Alright, opening browsers. Scarlet Study.gq. Haven't seen. Let's see. We're looking for Armorverse engineers and Android front-end developer. Help with Dai Gyakuten Saiban 2. I believe they're also working on getting the Android version of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. They've asked permission to use the English translation that I'm not sure what the other group is called, but they asked permission for that English translation to be used in the Android release so that people can have a way to play that version on Android. Oh, the translation notes are like also on their website. I guess I could show website instead of phone. The phone will be very small. It's vertical only. Unless you are particularly interested in seeing the patcher program. for watching. Good night. Thank you, Capcom, in the game. Unfortunately, you didn't bring it to the West, but thank you, Scarlet Study, for doing that. In. Till next time. Not done yet. I'll go over the translation notes real quick. Final scene. Title screen, I mean. Alright, let's do Greenwood. Just, you know. Unlock. Hey, browser interact. Here's the Scarlet Study page. Go play yourself. ScarletStudy.gq. So, many characters in this game. The name of the characters in Sherlock Holmes universe. Many of the names aren't changed. Or sorry, none of the names are changed. We did learn from someone in the stream that Soseki is a real person. Cat referenced one of his works I do not know about. Incidentally, the pronoun wagaai, office way of referring to oneself, might be fitting of a cat. Let's see. Yeah, Naruhodo is implied to be Phoenix Wright's ancestor. Which is, of course, implied to be Winston Payne's ancestor. Achi's fan has the kanji for hidden crime punishment. Interestingly, Imperial Yuma University is the same university that Phoenix attended, Ivy University. Postmortem. Yeah, so postmortem was used for the quote unquote autopsy report in the first two cases. They changed it to autopsy because you're in Britain at that point. It's hard to write. I actually don't remember that line, but this one was a while ago. Case 1, 2, that was the case where we're on the ship. This is Alclair. Russian characters, I think with various degrees of Russian accent. Translation. Cool that they asked Russian speakers to verify that it was okay. In the original Japanese, the characters of different nationalities are all stated to be using English. Didn't think about that. In an open sign, strongly intended to be foreign writing, the non-Japanese canon. Context makes its meaning clear, as such it was left untranslated. I guess I never really noticed that. Like, I noticed it was Japanese, but it didn't seem odd to me that it was untranslated. Alclair reference something that means wild, rowdy. I don't remember what Oban or Harakiri were referenced in the case. The cat's name is the only localized name. Translation. Phoenix Wright Omnibus was already in the game, but we also found that out during the case. Lady First, Lord Chief Justice. The real title is such a mouthful. Kazumi Magundal's name is a pun in the Japanese Kansai dialect. Wasn't a Megunderi de Yaru? Spare you some change. Simple and Gina are references to Sherlock Holmes. I'm not familiar with them. Names on the streets of the map are references to the future. Okay. Sheldon the Sheldon Lee was also in 1-4. But yeah, Sheldon Lee in the original Japanese. We got memed. It wasn't Scarlet Study's fault. It was Capcom's fault. Everyone calls Hatch Uncle, old term for pawnbroker. Happened to fit Japanese Oji-san. I mean, those are the translation notes. There's also the British dialect glossary. Interact with. Open. What? Alright. Copy link. There you go. I'm not gonna go over these, but you can go to them. You could just go to scarletstudy.gq, click on the translation notes, and you'll see these two. But browse through these, scroll through these if you want to see them. Tom, Dick, and Harry. Anyone. Really? That's true, actually. I think I've heard of that phrase before. Bloke. Here, bloke. Alright. Well, it's been quite a few streams, but thank you all for watching. Probably taking a break from Ace Attorney for a while. Don't know what I'll be streaming, but I'll probably have something on Saturday. Maybe karaoke. So, thank you for watching. See you next time.